100 patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Why did they get rid of that?
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
Oh, I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP Promotion Series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Why did they get rid of that?
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
Oh, I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP Promotion Series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
Welcome back to the LCP. I'm Logan, this is Carrick, and we will be taking you through week 2, day 3, and our last 2 best of 3 series for the Swiss stage, Carricks.
Yeah, can't believe we're this far in already. We're going to be saying goodbye to teams as soon as tomorrow. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that 3-0 will take you up to playoffs, but if you are 0-3, which we could realistically see very, very soon, you are knocked out. You don't get to playoffs, and you do not get a chance to advance to Worlds. And the chances of going to Worlds for the LCP this split are significantly increased, characters, because we have even more slots.
Yeah, exactly. A third slot for the region at Worlds. The potential for another region within the LCP to get out onto that world stage. I'm super excited for it. And I think the race for that third slot is really, really tight.
Yeah, definitely some unexpected victories, some unexpected losses have happened so far in the LCP, and if they keep up this energy, it could be a tight race, as you say. But why don't we go ahead and take a look at yesterday's results here, speaking of unexpected, because Team Secret Whales, yes, we kind of expected them to 2-0 MVK in that, VCS derby, but I really do think GAM went in as favourites against CFO based on their most recent form. But they surprised us all with a gritty reverse sweep.
Yeah, CFO have just been on the build. Ever since they made those roster changes last split, they've just been getting better and better. And if they are truly hitting their stride now, it's the perfect time to do it.
For sure, as we do take a look at this bracket, and you can see it there, Team Secret Whales and CFO sit pretty at the top, both 2-0. That will be decided in a best of 5. Converse to that though, SHG and GZ both down the bottom 0-2. They lose one more, they are out, they are done, they are dusted, they cannot make playoffs. But tonight, it is all about that middle section, the 1-1 bracket, DCG v DFM and MVK versus GAM. All 4 of these teams, they still have a lot to fight for. They still have a couple of chances.
Yeah, both of these teams do still have one life left, regardless of tonight's results. They will not be out of our Swiss stage. However, getting up into that 2-1 bracket is a massive prize. And I'm particularly looking at that second series, as there is a lot to prove in another VCS derby.
Yeah, we do love the VCS derbies here. It feels like every weekend we are treated to it. But here's the PCS. It is Relove DCG. Florin in that top lane. Pop 9, Hongshu, Feng, and Xiao C, their support. But look at this substitute Xiao Shang with the bunny ears. You love to see it. Head coach Refrain and assistant coach LXZ. This is, the second best team in the LCP, Carricks. They've consistently placed second, and right now it almost feels like the 1-1 bracket is an odd spot for them.
Yeah, you would have thought that getting off to a 2-0 start would be Relove DCG's goal. However, I said it when they played. You get 1 week. When you come back from a lot of international play, I give you 1 week. That's all right. You have 1 week to get used to things. Now you need to hit your stride. And I think they're on a good track to do that.
Well, I mean, we've seen them do this before as well. Sometimes they don't start fantastically, but then they scale up over the split. They always end up performing well. But Detonation Focus Me here before you. Momo, Citrus, Fisher, Karkun, and Woody. And these guys, they beat SHG and got their first match win in 340 days. And you can see how much it meant to them. There were photos posted on the LCP socials of these boys hugging and crying. It was that significant. And you love to see moments like that. Hopefully that has buoyed them. Hopefully their morale has lifted. But let's take a look at the featured matchup with these mid laners, Carricks. Fisher for Detonation Focus Me and Hongshu for DCG.
Yeah, I think these have been 2 players really setting the tones for their teams, particularly Hongsu for Relove DCG. A lot of the team's fates do go through the mid lane. And looking at their win, Fisher has come into DFM last split. I think the team has been slowly looking better. And as you said, they finally did get that big series win. Look, I'm not saying they're the favorite today, but they could make it too.
I definitely think they're the underdog favorite, if you know what I mean. Like, we here in Australia, we love a good underdog story, and DFM are definitely coming into this one as the underdogs. But speaking of underdogs and who might win this one, let's take a look at tonight's predictions, Carrix. I think you and I, we've kind of got the same energy here, both going 2-0.
Look, it's hard to predict any other way. Even with DFM getting that big win last week, they're going up against Relove DCG, the sort of perennial second place team in the LCP this year. It's hard to not predict 2-0 for DCG, but in this case, I would love to be wrong.
Yeah, like, I would love for it to be 2-1. I love watching a lot of League of Legends and good LCP quality League of Legends, and that means we would need to go to 3 games in BO3, so 2-1 would be hype. It would be amazing for Detonation Focus Me to take a game from We Love DCG, but I gotta be real. Even if DFM are stepping up, even if they have been boosted by morale and they're getting a bit of practice, I just don't see it happening against Relove DCG. These guys know exactly what they're doing, and they've done it time and time again. And like you alluded to earlier, Carrix, they are coming back off of that international. They did go to MSI as our second seed, and, you know, unfortunately they were knocked out first, but they still got experience.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it was a hard road for them. MSI play-ins are very, very cutthroat. And DCG unfortunately did fall, as you said, but they still got a huge amount of experience. Just being in those scrim bubbles, being on those stages is really valuable for these teams, particularly as DCG is, assuming, they continue their form, are very likely our second seed at Worlds, given that the rest of the year has been so good for them. They just need to keep building, and Worlds, I think, is where they'll really hit a run.
I think they'll definitely stand a better chance going in as the second seed and not the third, right? Because we don't yet know the format for Worlds, but I suspect there'll be a play-ins element, and first and second seed will likely go straight through in qualify, whereas our third seed may potentially have to go through play-ins. So if DCG are able to get that second seed and go straight to quals, assuming that is, again, the format, then that will put them in good stead. They'll get a lot more games, they'll get a lot more reps and international stage presence, and that will only be a good thing for them, Carrix. So I genuinely hope for that. But let's look a little closer to the future. Let's look at potential drafts that could be occurring here tonight, or games or plays that we would like to see here. Because Florin, in that top lane, we talk about him every single series, and rightfully so. He is straight up unflappable. And tonight, his opponent is Momo in that top side.
Yeah, look, this has to be something where Florin can really take advantage of a bit of a lopsided matchup. I want to see them picking carries for him. He should get his Gnar if they can isolate the draft. I'd like to see him on his Ambessa as well. I think Ambessa as a champion has fallen off, but I think when you can really back yourself to hard win the lane and really press an advantage, she can be super oppressive. On the side of Momo, he has been improving. I'm not trying to talk him down or anything like that, but I do think you got to lock in the Cassante, maybe something like an Ornn and a Scion.
Yeah, and I mean, we were having a look at Momo in the game, just the last game that he played against SHG, and he was still playing relatively kind of weak side against Evie, but he didn't lose as hard as he normally would, right? Which is an improvement. When you're losing like 100% of the games, but then you come back and you lose maybe only like 25% in that scale, it's an improvement. You become more dependable, you become more reliable, and you no longer suck up the resources that are required across the rest of the Rift. So if Momo can keep improving, that's only a good thing for the rest of DFM, and I love to see that. That said, we did go for that featured matchup in the middle. We went for Fisher, we went for Hongshu, so I will be looking for these playmakers to make some plays.
100%. And if DCG wants to get this one locked up in a 2-0, as both of us have predicted, Hongshu needs to get on something maybe like a lock and take over the Rift.
Yeah, that's it. Locke is a great call there too, because Locke has been banned ever since we saw him on the Rift that first game in week 1. They just went, you know what? No, that AP mid lane assassin is not for us. But we did talk about how hard he falls off, which we might see after the right fist bump and our game 1 coming up right now.
希望，希望。
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 第2周第3天的赛程。上半场比赛由 DCG 出战 DFM， 在目前为止，双方的粉丝心境是大不相同哦。一边是担心队伍的状态，而另外一边在迎接了首胜之后，粉丝的心态则是心潮澎湃。两队的命运会不会在这边深度交叉呢？马上欢迎双方选手进场。上路 ，Florent、Momo。打野 Pop 9 Citrus， 中路 Hongso Fisher， 下路 Fei Kakun， 辅助 Chelsea Udi， 教练 Refrain Pass， 众所皆知，第一的意志继承人只能有一个，究竟谁会突围呢？比赛正式开始。
Thank you, Tommy, for that rousing introduction to the LCP Arena, where we find ourselves getting ready for the 2v2 tonight. On the side of DCG, it will be Florent on that top lane, Xiaoxi from the support versus Momo and Woody of DFM. Carrix, what do you think of these pairings? I love it when they mix things up.
Yeah, look, I love it when they just throw whoever in there and say, get a warm-up, fellas. Let's see which side of the draft we'll end up on. I love the 2v2. It's always a big bit of fun. Hoping we see some cool things. We're still early in the split, so not too many of those split long fearless bands coming in. I'm still waiting for Rengar Ivan.
I mean, I think everybody's waiting for Rengar Ivan, but we were surprised with the Wind Brothers the other day. We had Yasuo and Yone together at last, and I mean, it was a good spectacle, it was good fun, but one of my favorite aspects about these 2v2s, right, is, as you were saying, sometimes they might just throw in whoever needs to warm up their hands, is the fun they have with it, right? You can see the player cams, they're all smiling, they're all laughing, they're having a great time. And even last night, it was extremely close. One more auto either way, and that could have, you know, ended differently, but both the players, the one who got the kill and one who killed, they like almost jumped out of their chair, clapping, cheering because of how fun and how close it was, as that first ban is coming through. Locke and Varus. So they don't want that long range poke, and they do not want this brand new champion dashing and diving on top of them here. So DCG, good bans.
Yeah, I think they make sense. Cassiopeia and the Caitlyn gone as well from DFM. Makes sense. Those are two sort of very, very powerful champions in the 2v2 format, particularly Caitlyn. Definitely don't want to let that go over. Even though there's no ADC on the other side, it's not like they can't play it. All right, yeah, DCG, well, I mean, what have you cooked up?
That's fair. I mean, we did see a Caitlyn Elise just yesterday, so I am loving seeing that Elise set pick, but it looks like we're going to redo the draft potentially here. That's usually what that means when that UI, that graphic goes away, but we'll find out and update you if it is anything. But I did like seeing that Elise, the cocoon, the stun landing, is such a long stun, really gives Set the opportunity to close in and just annihilate you, but we obviously hadn't seen the other side of that table. So DCG, they banned away that Lock, they banned away that Varus to give themselves the best chance with that Elise and with that Set. But knowing that, Carrix, do you have any thoughts, any opinions on what DFM should pick into an Elise and a Set?
I mean, look, I still think when it's the 2v2, you just pick a combo, you just do something fun. Maybe something you're trying to warm up. Into an Elise in a Set, definitely want some range, I suppose. If you can sit back as far as you can, it can make Set's life pretty hard. But I'm still going to say it again, I just want Rengar Ivan. Just pick Rengar Ivan. Rengar Ivan, cool.
Why not? Just do it. Full send. Caster Carrick said, pick Rengar Ivan, do it, and prove him right. Okay? That's, you know what? That's what I want to see one day. I know they can't, like, legitimately, for integrity, they cannot hear us. But one day I just want to be like, they should do this. And then they do it. And it's like, they heard us. You know what I mean? It'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be fun. Exactly. We love when we call it. Hopefully we do get back into this 2v2 draft, because the 2v2 is for the right of first selection. They can choose either the side of the map they're on or their position in draft. I will say, if sort of theory crafting a little bit, if DCG are to come out on top in this 2v2, which by no means is guaranteed, I do think taking the red side or the second pick side of draft is probably the way to go. I want to get Florin a counter pick in every game that I can.
Well, I mean, but Florin's so good. Does he need the counter pick, right? Like, I genuinely think that they could give Florin, like, first blind pick, and he could pick the worst top lane, and he would still come out on top because he just seems that good, at least here within the LCP bubble. So if you give him counter, I believe he would run that lane down and hard become the win con for Love DCG. So yeah, it'd be great to see, but why not give him the weak side? Why not give him the blind first and let the rest of his teammates stand tall and stand strong? Because Florin's still gonna be good. He's still gonna be reliable. It's crazy.
Yeah, they do have a lot of flexibility. I just think top lane is like the most affected by counter pick lane. I think other lanes have some claim to that, don't get me wrong. But top lane can be really skewed if you force Momo to pick a Scion or something like that, and then you just jam a Vayne into it. Florin is coming out of that lane up like 70 CS, and he will just completely take over the game. But at the same time, we've seen bot lane be a place where counter picks can really matter. If we do see DFM going over towards a mage bot lane, I'd love to see something coming in to try and punish it out of DCG. Are there any picks you could think of to really try and get a handle on that meta?
Yeah, look, I really do think with this mage meta that Syndra has risen in priority on that bot side, Cassiopeia as well. Last night, we actually got to see 4 mid laners in the game. There was 2 proper mid lanes in the mid lane, and then there was a Kali Galio in the bot lane as well. So I'd really like to see, and I know it hasn't been patched yet, so we're not returning to traditional ADs, but I'd love to see that Syndra or Cassiopeia picked up early in the bot side. But here's what happened. DCG, it looks like maybe a misselect. They had set an Elise, but instead it is the Cho'Gath and Elise into the Silas and Kled. Oh, what do you make of this? Kled's just fun all round.
Kled is really fun, and I actually think he's kind of great in these 2v2 setups. It takes so long to kill a Kled, even when you can kill him. He has his dismount, and then he has another health bar, and he just goes again. So many times these 2v2s come down to, right, it's level 6, we're all just hitting each other as hard as we can. We're all just going to have a death ball, and 3 people are going to die, and the team that only loses 1 obviously wins. The 1 is a lot of the time going to be Kled.
True. Yeah, like you said, that mounting, that dismounting, the sort of fake health bar, if you will, that you still have to work your way through, can work in his favor quite a lot. But I like the Cho'Gath pick, a lot of CC there. It's that AoE knock-up. The Elise with the Cocoon, that single individual stun, does have a lot of survivability with that repel to be able to get away safely. Kled with the fake health bar, technically, I suppose you could call it shielding. But Momo, I dare say, is the most exposed. He does have a small root on him. He does get a little bit of a heal, but he probably needs to be the most careful in the face of this CC.
Ooh, well, we are immediately fighting. Woody going forward, using Skarl's health bar well, as the trading just continues. It wasn't a set, it was a Cho'Gath. Apparently, as we go in, as more damage going back forth. Momo going low. Momo will go down. Woody has been knocked off of Skarl, but they're not following up quite yet. No, I changed my mind. Shousey is going to make an attempt, but Woody now has a lot of the bravery bar filled up, so should be able to remount. You don't want to go near Kled when he's in this state.
Yeah, one thing that I really did like to see there is Woody actually picked up Barrier. So not only did he have the health bar of his mount, but his own health bar, but he also had that shield for that extra survivability, that extra go. Unfortunately, DFM do come off worse for wear out of that one. Relove DCG get the first kill of the game. And as a reminder to our viewers at home, if you're watching and you're going, what is happening? This is the 2v2. Winner gets right of first selection, but how do you win? It's first to 2 kills, or first to break the enemy turret, or if it gets to sudden death, you're the first team to take a kill. And that is not what you want to do here. Is Relove DCG, they are back on the Rift. They've got multiple amp tones, a couple of Doran's rings, a Doran's helm here. They've gone the damage build, whereas DFM have gone very defensive here, Carrix.
Yeah, Doran is doing well today, just selling hats by the dozen. And now the problem that DFM has is I think that plan of, oh, you have the big all-in fight and Kled dies last, doesn't really work when you're down a kill, because they can't just focus out Momo. As Shousey and Florin are walking up to the tower.
Yeah, Momo does need to be careful. If he gets caught, it will be chain CC. That tower, a lot of damage being taken.
Bear trap on a rope goes out, but Shousey goes up in the air, flashing away. It doesn't look like DCG want this one. They want to wait until level 6, where they can just get a big bite from Florin to end the 2v2 quickly. Ooh, Momo doesn't land the abduct. Caught on a spiderling.
Yeah, great feral scream there from Florin on that Cho'Gath to prevent that go. That silence is so strong. Both teams healing up. A fantastic push from Relove DCG. DFM's tower is only got 1 plate left, so Relove DCG in a strong position. They've got the kill. They've got their opponent's tower weak, but Momo has stolen the ultimate of Florin on the Cho'Gath. Needs to be careful. DFM, though, taking a recall because they have pushed that wave out, so they They've got the time they need to recall and come back out. And it looks like DCG might do the same thing here, Carrix. I like this call. Spend that gold, because I have to imagine that the next fight will be the last fight. You want to be as strong as you possibly can, then at least getting that Hextech Alternator and picking up that Kindle Gem has that extra damage, has that extra health. I'd say that is a winning buy.
Yeah, I do agree. Hextech Alternator obviously just adding a little bit of burst to everything that Xiaoxi does. Xiaoxi probably does want to hit level 6. Obviously, at least level 6 not the most impactful, but still isn't nothing. Does get there. Momo still has that Stolen Feast. If he can use that and sort of just blow Xiaoxi up into the fight, it will be very, very valuable. Foreign, unfortunately, is already fairly tanky on the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, with that Doran's helm and the cloth armor as well. Oh, they're looking for a play.
Hang on, here we go. Momo's found his way in, but up into the air goes Xiaoxi. They just need to get as much damage onto Momo as possible so Florin can give him the big chomp. But Florin is actually getting kited back. The W from Kled is doing so much damage, but there it is. The fight comes down, and DCG do win our 2v2.
So close, and the DFM boys know it.
Wait.
Look at them. They're like going, how was that? Yeah. DFM there. They were like, oh my goodness. But DCG, they were able to clutch it out in the end with Florence Cho'Gath getting one back. So they get right of first selection. So they either get to pick the side or they get to pick the pick order here, which is a really cool thing we have in the LCP. It's just a great way to warm up. It's a fun way to play with people you probably normally wouldn't get to spend too much time with on the Rift. And I like that out of DFM. They played that well. It was very, very close in the end. They got some good engages, but Relove DCG proving a little bit more tenacious, using their health bars a little bit more effectively to come out on top and earn that right of first selection. But we were talking just last night as well, Carrix, that sometimes these picks in the 2v2s can be rather prophetic. They can give you an inkling into what could potentially come through in the 5v5s as well. But I do have to say, I think the only potential champs on that 2v2, maybe Silas, maybe Caitlyn, Carrix. Do you think there's any truth to that?
So it's interesting, because one of the things that people have been talking about with this mage meta is there is a lane that involves an AD carry that can punish it, and it's Lux Caitlyn. If you pick Lux Caitlyn, you don't get the benefits of the mage bot. The whole reason that mage bot has been so good is you don't lose very much from not having an ADC at this point, but you also allow your support to roam. The support can just leave the lane. Mages just don't die bot lane. If you pick Lux Caitlyn and your support leads, no, the mage dies. Lux Caitlyn kills a mage. So the support has to stay in lane. It limits the effectiveness of things like Ziggs, like Syndra. So if they want to go that route, I would very much expect to see a Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw a Nautilus picked into a mage bot lane, and it worked fantastically earlier. But we saw also over in the LCK, Carrier and Pays, I think they were 18-1 with the Lux Caitlyn combo. So it does work, but we're here in the LCP, and we're going through our draft. We've got picks and bans coming through already. DFM have banned away Jace, Ezreal, and Cassiopeia. I really love the Ezreal ban. He's still so strong in that AD role that he is being picked over these mages, even though they're the meta. Counter to that though, Relove DCG target away that Lock, Nefiri, and Nocturne Carrix. I just don't think Nocturne is gonna see the Rift again.
No, but Lee Sin will. Citrus is getting a really strong pick straight out of the gate here. I like this pick. Taking it away from Pop9, who has been fantastic on it. Citrus has been decent as well. And it's just a very, very strong pick on the patch. DFM, strong start in the draft.
Yeah, absolutely getting one of the, Thanos Gauntlet stones, the Soul Stone, I'd have to say. Lee Sin, that hyper-aggressive jungler, able to make plays happen with that Dragon's Rage, put you in places you really don't want to be, but Florin picks up the Rumble, and this is what we were talking about pre-draft, right? Give Florin that sort of blind first pick on the top side, let him weak side, but Rumble is kind of really hard to be weak side on. Has that
Rumble's not a weak
range
side,
advantage. Exactly, right? Like, I just don't see him being weak side on a Rumble.
Exactly. That is a really good start here for DCG. Firing back there immediately. Pick the hot pot combo. Florin will be able to dominate this lane on Rumble. When team fights come, you just put the Jarvan cage down, you drop the equalizer on top. This also is soft banning the Orianna. Fisher, you are allowed to pick Orianna right now. She's not banned, but I would say it might be a little bit unwise into Rumble Jarvan.
I agree as well, and it looks like DFM agree too. They're going with Shen support, so they get a little more time for their mid lane Fisher here. Syndra, though, the thing is, yeah, Syndra's a mid laner, but we have seen Syndra in that bot side, so this could still very well be for Karkun, and that's the thing, right?
Actually,
it throws another... Yeah?
It's a very flexible draft, just to add on to what you're saying, really. Syndra can go 2 lanes. Shen can go 3. Well, he probably won't go 3 roles because the Lee Sin's already locked in, but can definitely go 2. I like it. It's a very flexible, very smart draft so far.
Yeah, and we've been seeing this more and more with that adaptation to that mage meta. It does create some confusion in the ranks, but these teams are proving that they are up to the task. They're able to kind of work around it, understand the flex picks and where they could potentially go. But here, that Orianna that you were calling out for DFM, they decided to go for that Shen Syndra, which means Relove DCG pick up that Orianna for themselves. Arguably the first or second highest, meta pick. She's so strong. Right now, Relove DCG are just getting everything they want. DFM need to put something, dare I say, stronger together to answer this.
Yeah, I think they really do. As Akali banned out, that is the sort of natural Orianna counter. I like that a lot. Poppy taken away as well. I actually think that could have been a decent pick for Momo if you want to take that to the top lane. Not that that's necessarily where it's most commonly seen at the moment, but definitely still playable up there. Yorick as well. Sort of just a neutralizing pick as well from Momo, but Momo still has tanks he can go to. He can still go something like the Scion. It's not fun into Rumble, but it's livable.
Yeah, definitely not fun. And I mean, this is professional League of Legends. Fun, unfortunately, is not the name of the game. Winning is. So you need to pick the best matchups possible, as I do like this Nautilus ban too. Still very strong in that bot lane. A fantastic engage tool. And it's always great to take engage tools away from your opponents, because you look at Relove DCG, they've got J4, excellent engage. Rumble, not so good engage, does have a lot of damage, is able to create a lot of zoning with that equalizer. Orianna, hard to kind of engage on your own. You really want someone to set you up, which is why J4 works so well for both Rumble and Orianna. But then Bard as well, getting those tempered fates down, getting those stuns, magical journeys to just surprise your opponents with your whole team. I really like this composition of Relove DCGs. It's coming together.
Yeah, it really is. This is a composition that has a lot of synergy. It has a lot of teamfight prowess. I like it a lot. Mbessa is a bold pick here from Momo. It is something that's picked into Rumble to try and fight back. I respect it, but does need to put the numbers up, or Florin is going to have a really, really easy time.
Yeah, we have seen a Rumble Mbessa matchup as recently as I think it was just last night, and it did not go well for the Mbessa. Rumble with that Flame Spitter as well, just able to really punish when the Mbessa wants to go in. So I don't think we'll see too much early kill threat coming out from this Mbessa. I think Mbessa's going to need that Eclipse before she can start to try and trade a little more heavily into that Rumble. So long as Momo comes out of that top side not too far behind within touching distance. I think it'll be okay. But LeBlanc has been picked up here, Carrick. I like it. It's spicy tech.
Yeah, LeBlanc is a really fun one. Fisher kind of throwing down the gauntlet here, just trying to hard win his lane, able to link up with Citrus as well. This is a dangerous little roam combo. If they can find Pop 9 on vision, if Hongshu is caught without a flash, this Orianna can just explode in lane.
Yeah, and I mean, you really don't want your Orianna exploding, but LeBlanc is one of the best at doing the exploding, so you're kind of up against it, if I was to be quite honest here, as the draft has been rounded out. It has now been completed. Relove DCG pick up that Jhin for their 5th and final. Theirs is a very traditional draft character. They've got their AD carry, they've got their AP mid laner, and everybody else is quite normal, whereas yeah, the counter draft, a little bit different. We've got that Syndra too. Yeah,
I think the DFM draft, outside of the LeBlanc, I know it sounds insane to say, is very standard despite the Syndra bot. It still kind of catches me that that's... Sorry, this is a great sign.
I love the fan signs here in the LCP. They're so creative, they're so imaginative, they're so committed to it. International DFM Day on July 30th, the day they beat SHG.
And what a team for them to get that win over as well, when it is the LJL Derby, just proving that there is more than one team from Japan. And DFM wants to keep it going up against a very tricky opponent of Relove DCG as we head onto the Rift for game 1 of our LCP matchups tonight.
Yeah, we're straight onto the Rift here. I love this. We're quickly loaded in. We're taking a look at the runes here. We've got the Deathfire. We've got Electrocute. Some fairly standard stuff going on. Florin getting that nice ward down. But my favorite part, we're going to look at these skins. The T1 Ambessa skin with the Sapphire Chroma. Oh, look at that Lee Sin skins. That's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad at all. As Woody caught out, locked up early. As Fung actually took W level 1 just to get extra damage there. Bit of an aggressive start from the Jhin.
Yeah, lucky to get away alive there. I mean, that route, that lockdown, obviously Shen being that sort of tanky engaged support, but DFM, they're already behind as the first coach comm of the game coming through from Tana there. And I like this combination with Bard and Jhin, right? Bard doesn't even need to stun you, just needs to clip you. The Deadly Flourish follows up, suddenly you're rooted down, and DCG will be able to layer the damage. Chassis does get that level 2 first, is able to get a little bit of trading on Karkun, but we look at the junglers, both of them in their bot side jungles, but Relove DCG just have so much better vision through that river and bot side. Citrus though.
They don't spot Citrus as the catch is on. Xiaoxi will be going down. There's really no hope for the Bard here. The exhaust, the flash actually might be able to find the safety of the tower as Karkun gets that last auto attack. He does. So DFM are off to a good start. Too aggressive for DCG. They're going to go again as well. The taunt lands, the resonating strike going in. Fung goes down. Citrus, he'll pay with his life, but you take that every day of the week.
Yeah, a 2-for-1 in favor of DFM. They went back in for Fung and they forced all of Fung's summoners. So no cleanse, no flash. Karkun, the only one with any summoners left, and it is that teleport as we take another look at this one. And yeah, Citrus, the early aggression here, the early gank, great angle, the roam down, a good initiation from Karkun and Woody to lock Xiaoxi up. Xiaoxi gets that exhaust and the flash, trying to prevent his own demise, but Karkun still healthy, able to walk up. And then here, Feng, I feel like he should have respected the fact that there's still 3 members of DFM. He's still walking forward. DFM, they're just able to get 1 more kill. The heal goes down to, I believe, and unfortunately it is not enough to save Citrus. A great proactive play.
Yeah, I think at the end that was just a triumph proc, but still not enough. But I mean, Citrus is fine with that. He gets a fast back, basically. The death timers are short early on, so he just clears the other side of his jungle, and he's here on time to contest Pop 9 on the chickens. They'll reset. In they go immediately, but it's a double flag and drag. Oh no, it's all fallen apart as Fisher has immediately fallen down. DFM just didn't bring the strength to the party. Kakun will get a soul shard for his trouble, but that's going to be about it.
Yeah, I think that was just a DFM misreading the play. They didn't respect the numbers that DCG just brought to a jungle camp. 1 minute until the Drake, and it is dead even in gold. It is even in kills, and that is what you expect because both of these teams are even in wins and losses at 1-1 here. Is Momo just going to clear this top wave that is crashing in? And this aggression on the bot side is fantastic. These supports, they're going to start roaming shortly because they are that, you know, level 2 carracks, the level 2 roams from supports. It's where it's at now.
Exactly. The supports just leave the lane. Both of these bot laners, Jhin is a mage in all but damage type. He's traditionally always been, even in more sort of traditional metas, has been the ADC that you can leave on his own. It's the same thing that Ezreal does. These two ADCs both sort of serve that role. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Xiaoxi and Woody going for another walk soon enough.
Yeah, we do see Woody clearing out those wards as well, just making sure that he has that vision control, making safe for Citrus, because Citrus is looking for another play on this bot side.
Yeah, they're going to go in. The taunt from Woody lands, and Xiaoxi is taken out. DFM strike again.
Yeah, this is fantastic. This is what you want to see from Citrus. He does have that pickaxe as well, so the damage really ramping up. Has those 2 kills, but is unfortunately because of his, proactivity in the lanes, he is behind on CS to Pop 9. Pop 9's up 12 CS, about 2 jungle camps at the moment, but I really liked Woody there. Woody set Citrus up for success. He went and swept all the wards out. There weren't any, but it's always better safe than sorry, so that your jungler can approach completely safe, completely unseen. We look at it. It's 6 minutes in, 400 gold diff to DFM. It's not the end of the world. It's only 3 kills to 2, and the Drake is up. Pings are coming down, and it looks like Relive DCG. They've got the numbers in the area, but Pop 9, he's okay with it. He's just going to leave that one alone as top laners, Carracks. They're just going to do what top laners do. They're just trading.
Yeah, they're just trading back and forth as the overheat comes in from Florin. Momo does disengage correctly, but so far, just a slight lead for Florin. You'd expect that in the matchup early on, but there has been no jungle attention up there as through the tunnel goes Xiaoxi. Kakun is going to do well to just stun him, walk away, and just trade a little bit of health.
I mean, that's what it's there for, right? Until you've got 0 health, you're fine. Even when you walk away with 1, you still had a little bit more to give, 0.9 health, if you will. It's an expendable resource. It's a replenishable resource. Why not use it to your advantage? As sometimes, the micro differences are what matters, and having a look at that CS across the rift. Kakun is up over Feng, but only around 10. Hongshu around 10 over Fisher. Play in the middle.
Oh, there is a shockwave there. Hongshu using that to keep himself alive, doing well, but does have to burn the ultimate, run away. Feng and Kakun having a trade back and forth. Kakun is level 6, but doesn't want to play aggressively here, which I frankly don't blame him as, oh no, the curtains are open. Kakun needs to find a scatter. He does! Just needs to dodge a W that will no doubt be a few moments away. No, Feng backs off. Kakun survives.
Yeah, really low on mana there. Did start that recall. Kakun did fantastically there to aggress forward instead of the traditional, I'm going to run away and try and avoid these shots, because he did know he had that ranged stun. Play in the middle.
Citrus is lurking. Hongshu is low. Still has that flash. I think they will just be covering Fisher, clearing the rest of this wave and then backing off.
But I do like this proactivity. This is what you want to see from Lee Sin. He's that early aggressive jungler. He's been involved in 100% of the kills for Detonation Focus Me, and now they've started up these grubs. Yes, DCG will see it, but they use that information to go for the cross-map play and take this first Drake of the game. It will be a Mountain Drake, so they'll be a little bit tankier, but 3 grubs over to DFM. And you take a look at that vision control that DFM have, right? They've got it in the Baron pit, they've got it over the back of the Baron pit, and they've got it kind of on some of the ingress into the Drake, so they will see if DFM come for it. But DCG, they get themselves a free Drake, for the first Drake for free.
Yeah, traded for those grubs, as you said. So, I mean, there's still no real conventional wisdom on who this really favors. I actually think both teams are fairly happy. DFM have Momo that wants to be in a side lane, being able to just hit towers a little bit faster is actually really nice for him. DCG at the same time, I think they are happy to be ahead on the dragon count, given that they should be able to force fights. A shockwave is used into a Bartle. Uh-oh, the flag is set up. The drag comes in, but it's really great counterpunch, and DFM get the kill.
Yeah, which is just fantastic form coming out of DFM. Chassis nearly collected there, does have that magical journey portal ready to go, but is just clearing that vision. But I cannot wait to look at that replay, because DFM getting that one back over DCG, it didn't feel like that's how it was gonna go. That said, the gold lead only 500 over to DFM at the moment. So DCG still very much in this one, and we take a quick look at the items, and Citrus, the first item completed on the Rift, has picked up that Eclipse. A little bit of trading in the mid.
Yeah, Hongshu in trouble, taken out as Citrus. They first picked this Lee Sin for him, and it's being justified.
Yeah, I have to imagine Citrus was like, give me Lee Sin, let me get Lee Sin, please, please, hurry, please. And they did, and it is paying dividends. You love to see it. Like, when they confidently pick these champions and they play them so well and they get so much advantage out of it, it is fantastic to see. And you look at the gold advantage, right? It's in the jungle, it's in the mid lane, it's on your APC, I want to say, the mage in that bot lane, and that's exactly where you want it. The shockwave was great, it landed onto 2. The Tempered Fate set them up, right? But because Carcoon showed up, it turned the fight into a 4v3, and Citrus just gets a fantastic angle on that Dragon's Rage.
Yeah, it does do well. As you said, the Dragon's Rage was perfect, as the knock-up didn't quite hit the Lee Sin, so was just able to set up really easily. And we're at DFM 1.5k ahead. It might not be DFM day, it might be DFM week.
Yeah, I mean, they're on a roll right now. They're feeling good after their win over SHG, and they're keeping that energy high. That shockwave did come through from Hongshu just to poke Fisher down and away. Didn't kill them, but definitely got enough of that health bar to force them to back and respect the potential kill threat here, because you look at the summoners, right? Hongshu does still have that flash. In fact, everybody on the side of Relove DCG still has their flashes. Momo, Citrus, and Carcoon. Oh, you know what? It's only Fisher that doesn't have a flash. That's okay. And the crazy thing too, Carcoon is the only one, you know, if you count supports, that is CS positive over their counterpart of Relove DCG. That's how they're able to keep this gold difference so close, despite being down 5-2 in those kills. Fisher here, just clearing some wards, getting ready for the inevitable second Drake in a minute and a half's time here, Carrix.
Yeah, and I think DFM will want to fight this one. So those first items have come in pretty much across the board. Momo a little bit delayed, as he did have to take the Hex Drinker diversion. Unfortunately, you pay the Rumble tax, you got to build the Hex Drinker. Shousey spotted out. They're just going to clear that vision out nicely. Both teams getting a little bit darker, but that ward in the blue brush is giving a lot of value there for DCG. Just able to make sure there's no encroaching vision, as both teams can still see a lot of the bottom side river.
Yeah, and that's where the action will happen. That's where the Drake is in 50 seconds. Obviously, DFM here, they're going for this blue buff, but Relove DCG, they've got members. DFM need to be careful.
Karkun in trouble, has to flash, has to dodge a lot of shots before the bodyguards get here. A rumble ult on top of him. It's a shockwave to try and save him. It's not good enough. Pop 9 chunked but not taken down. Fisher exhausted. In comes Momo, but Florin, of course, here as well. The public execution just to try and reposition in the fight. DFM have been scattered. They've been sent to the winds. And Momo is running to the wrong side of the map, so it'll be another kill for DCG. Oh my word, has Florin found more? No, he hasn't. Not quite, but DFM, they are routed.
Yeah, I like what Florin did there. He was actually keeping Fisher, Citrus, and Woody out of that fight while the 4 other team members of DCG chased Momo down. Oh, Citrus not done.
Citrus is going to have a crack, but that's a rumble ready to overheat. Woody comes in with the Stand United. Florin forced to run, but does not go down. Fisher finds him in the end, did a bit of the L turn. So able to get 1 kill back, but they will not get the dragon. DCG will get the second star.
Yeah, I still kind of like that from DCG, right? Florin was playing for that. He was keeping Citrus and Fisher engaged, so DCG knew they had the numbers, they knew they had the time and the space to take that Drake, so now they're up 2 Drakes at that 14.5-minute mark. DFM's gold lead, it's still less than 1,000. Despite having the 3 grubs, they haven't really been able to leverage it. As we see this bot side play, we thought there was going to be something around the blue buff, but it was Karkun walking in over the wards and DCG collapsing on him. The Tempered Fate just getting Karkun, which means Pop 9 is able to close him out. I do like this here though. Momo's TP in, and Momo, yeah, did TP in and he ults onto Fang, right? Obviously that's what you want to do. You want to get onto the AD carry, but Florin is just gatekeeping 3 members of DFM out. There's no way for them to get in and have impact to try and save Momo on that Embesser.
No, exactly. Just not able to right the ship at any point after it went so wrong early with Karkun getting caught out. DFM are first to this Herald. There's no real response from DCG, so they should at least get the consolation objective. Actually can be really powerful in the right scenario. So DFM probably not too upset, as they're still just that little bit ahead. Fisher is on the block. He'll be fine. Just pops that ultimate to get away. It's very short cooldown. Momo coming in onto Florin, has Citrus to help. Public execution will land. The resonating strike is there, kicks him into the wall. Florin will be taken down. DFM are fighting.
Yeah, DFM keep finding angles. They keep finding picks, which is fantastic for them. It keeps them just ahead of Relove DCG here, as they did drop that Rift Herald. They're going to go for that, great Tempered Fate there from Chassis to save that turret for a little bit longer. But they're still going to get it. And it should buy time for DCG, but it doesn't even look like they want to respond here. More members of theirs are through that mid and bot side. Only Chassis is up here because Florin was dove on the top side and did die. He still has to respawn. Chassis doing everything he can, but I like seeing DCG. They're like, all right, it will get a second charge. Great value out of that Rift Herald.
Yeah, it does well. 1 tower down, another one very low, as Florin here to finally catch this wave. So DFM, I mean, they're doing great in this early game. It's really only the Dragons counting against them. The first one they traded happily. The second one they did lose that fight. But they're 2,000 gold up, Logan. DFM have hit a bit of a stride.
Yeah, it's always good to have that confidence, always have that morale boost, and then you perform accordingly off the back of it, right? You start to believe, you start to know that, hang on, we can actually beat these guys. We've done it before. What's to stop us doing it again? Relove DCG, they are 1-1 along with DFM, which means they've lost one of their 2 Barrier 3s too, so they are beatable, and it feels like DFM are like, yeah, and we can do it. Yes, it's only 17 minutes into the game. Yes, it's only a 2,000 gold lead. But leads matter at that 14-minute mark, right? A lot of the time, teams... Oh, Citrus needs to be careful.
Yeah, it does need to be, but here comes the rest as the shockwave lands. They're just getting cleaned up. Woody flashing away, but still caught in the Tempered Fate, and his fate is not positive. Taken out, Feng getting that one, and DFM, their gold lead, falls by half.
Yeah, that was a massive shutdown going there for Relove DCG to be able to get those 2 members from DFM. And when I say massive shutdown, I don't necessarily mean like, oh, so much gold, but it was a great play because they got 2 kills for nothing. And then they're able to turn that priority onto these turrets. Yes, Momo did get the first turret of the game in that top side. However, Hongshu's basically able to push in this bot side and get that one while the members of DFM are forced to respawn and run out onto the rift. It just felt like a weird catch there, Carrick's. Like, why was Citrus up so far in the face of 3 members?
Yeah, it just felt like a bit of a brain fade, really. He is very strong on this Lee Sin, but not perhaps as strong as he thinks he is. He's 4 kills up, but he's only 1,000 gold ahead of his opposite number because there's just been much more focus on just clearing camps, stealing jungle away from Pop 9. So don't get me wrong, Citrus is winning the matchup, but perhaps not by as much as he'd like to be, as he's once again in his opposite number space. It's a good kick. The CC layering is pretty good. He goes down, and now DFM need to run the rest of this fight. Momo, the only one caught in the shockwave as Citrus got over the wall. Stand United is here. They can keep this fight going. Tempered Fate will buy some time, but DCG are wiped away from the map. They're on the run.
Yeah, DFM take that fight. They get 2 kills for nothing, returning the favor from that topside engage not minutes before. Citrus will be able to take this Drake for free, uncontested, and it will slow down Relove DCG's Drake stacking. So great play there. You'll love to see it. Kakun, great stun on Defeng, just going to chip him away and poke him off. Tana coming through with the second coach comms for DFM as we take another look. Citrus just walks forward into his face, the Dragon's Rage into the 3 members of DFM. Momo lucky to hit that ultimate with them Bessa there after the scatter really shoved Jarvan around in the follow-up. Super strong. That Tempered Fate unable to stop Florin going down there on the back end. So a nice sequence of plays. DFM, they extend their lead back to 1.5k. They are trying to grow that lead here every single time. Carrick's is Woody just taking a lot of damage for a ward there, buddy.
It's all right. He's going to go reset. He's just a support. He doesn't mind. And importantly, alongside regrowing the gold lead, was they did slow down the Dragon snowball. They got themselves onto the Dragon scoreboard, so able to just say, okay, it's another 5 minutes. It's a bit of chance for us to scale, a bit of chance for us to flex this gold lead to make plays around Citrus, as Florin will just drop that ultimate to try and clear the wave out. Doesn't get all of it, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to interrupt his back in time for a dive. There's DCG pivoting hard to the top side. They'll be able to get this this outer tower, I should say. And Hongshu is someone we need to keep an eye on because he's been landing some very nice shockwaves and he's been basically untouched this game.
Yeah, I mean, 2, 1, and 3 does have the belt as well for that extra mobility, which Mages are infamous for lacking. Fisher is behind on CS. He is behind in experience as well. Fisher does need to be careful here against Florin, just desperately trying to get this turret, and he will get it. So DFM now up to 2 turrets compared to DCG's 1. That said, DCG, they're still well within touching distance, right? Win 1 good team fight and you could absolutely still win this game. This is closer than the numbers would have you believe, as DCG, they're moving in, they're establishing vision control through this river. It's only 2.5 minutes till the next Drake, but maybe they're playing for Baron. It might be a push for priority here, as Tana uses his 3rd coach comms of the game for DFM already. That's it. They're done and dusted. You only get 3 of those per game, Carrick's. He's going to trust him to get the job done from here.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can really do it. Look, it's not easy, but this game is slowly breaking DFM's way. They've got a long way to go. I'm definitely not counting DCG out. As Tana, as you said, just still having a chat. Woody doesn't quite land that taunt. Would have had to flash, but decided not worth it. Probably a good call that he doesn't do it, as Shousey is just trading vision back and forth. They'll spot Pop 9 as well. Say that 3 times fast. Citrus stole away that Wolfcat. They'll break the outer mid tower. And oh no, Bardolt is good, but Woody buys a lot of space. They go back in though. They will take down Citrus, and with Florin arriving, it could all go wrong. Public Execution holds him up for just a moment, but it's a lovely shockwave onto all of them. DFM are exploding. Fisher trades one back, flashes over the wall. Has to use the clone to keep himself alive, but with 4 members dead, DCG say it's time for Baron.
Yeah, Fisher arrived late. The fight was already lost for DFM. He was able to blow Florin up, though, and get a little something back, so it wasn't a total wash, but yeah, Relove DCG, they pulled the trigger on that one, and it all started thanks to Xiaoxi. They win the fight, killing 4, and they will take this Baron. And this is what I was saying earlier, characters. They're not so far out of touch that they can't just win a strong team fight and then start taking the game from there. As we look at it again, DFM, they're grouped up nicely for this turret. 2 of them getting caught by that Tempered Fate from Chassis, which really let DCG set the fight up that they wanted. Great Cataclysm. Yeah, Florin stuck in there, but it's okay. So was some members of DFM, and the Shockwave bringing them all together. It was just too much for DFM to be able to escape from. They get the Baron, they're back on the Rift because they want to contest this Drake. If they get it, it will put them on Soul Point, and now DCG find themselves with a gold lead. Yeah, it's only 400, but it's something, Carrix.
Well, given it was a 2k deficit, it's a massive swing in their favor. All 5 of them wearing the purple buff. The Ocean Drake on the map as well. As Fisher sneaks himself into the back of the pit, they do know he's there, but still have to expend resources getting him out. They've caught him. They've put the damage in, and the bullet is there. Fisher, it was a clever little play if you weren't spotted, but it looks a bit silly when you are.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, is it clever if you die? So Fisher pays the price for his hubris, trying to get a good angle there, and it does give that Drake over to Relove DCG. Their lead now extended to 1.2k. 3 Drakes stacked up. It will be an Ocean Soul as well if they're able to get it, so that extra sustain through that healing could be so useful here. As we take a look at this one again, Fisher goes to clear this ward out. Spotted going over the pit, I believe. Pop 9 has started the Drake up. DFM trying to find an angle. There it is. They just punish Fisher immediately. Pop 9 was pretending he hadn't seen Fisher, waiting for more members of Relove DCG to show up, and then they pull the trigger. They jump him. And now the gold lead is 2.1k. DCG not only brought back 2.2 from DFM, they're now 2k up themselves. Ooh, Fang
going to get something just running, just powering his way out of there. But Fisher still very scary, doing a lot of damage. That 2.5 item LeBlanc is nothing to ignore. But as you're saying, DCG have fully righted the ship. They've accelerated into the lead, and now that they're on Soul Point, DFM have to find answers to questions.
100%. I mean, Fang able to get away from that play as well, has the boots of swiftness, did burn the flash, did burn the cleanse, but I would argue that it is worth it. It's 3 minutes until the next Baron. The Baron power play about to end for DCG. They've got about 2.5 grand off of that Baron power play, so a nice job there. And you look at the level advantages as well, right? Florin over Momo, Pop 9 over Citrus by 2 levels. It's just level advantages everywhere except in the bot. And look at the gold lead for Hong Shu. You called him earlier that he'd basically been untouched. He's so untouched, he has the Shadow Flame. He has a 10 stack Medjai's as another fight breaks out.
Yeah, Woody chunked out. There's a Bard ult to try and extend the play, but a flash from Woody will get him to safety. DFM are safe for now, but Florin, he gets another tower. This Rumble pulls further ahead, gets even stronger.
Yeah, but it's not like Rumble needs to even get stronger, right? Rumble is just strong. If you asked Rumble, hey, what are you? His answer would be, my name is Rumble Strong. Because he's just strong, especially in the hands of Florin. Yeah, and you might look at the score, right? You might go, oh, 1-4-3, but he's up 30 CS, and he's been involved in so many of these fights. He's now got an arm guard for that extra survivability. He'll be able to crack that, go golden, and nobody else on the side of DFM has that. So it's definitely a strong advantage as we approach that 29-minute mark, and they're going to have to vie for these objectives. The Baron and the next Drake, which could be Soul for DCG, they're coming up around the same time too, Carrick. So vision control, priority, very, very important.
Yeah, exactly. Vision is going to get even more important when these objectives start respawning, and it's all in the favor of DCG, at least aggressive vision. As Citrus takes some damage, tries to go in, finds a big boot, but there is no follow-up. The public execution wasn't close enough, and now DFM are on the runs. It's a good scout of the week to try and hold up Shousey, but they're just singling out Momo at the moment. He goes down, Hongshu goes unstoppable, and DFM, it's all gone wrong. There's the stun coming in as well. Down goes Karkun. And oh my word, it's now a 5k gold lead. DCG are in full control. Woody is being hunted. Fisher is here. Pop9 may have gone a little bit too far, does go down, but it's not going to change the reality that all of these towers are falling.
Yeah, Pop9 just saw he had an angle, thought he'd be able to catch Woody there. He's able to taunt, and Fisher comes over and finishes Pop9 off, but that's okay. He'll be on the Rift around the time that fourth and final Drake they need for Soul spawns. As we see it here again, Citrus does get a great resonating strike off Karkun Scatter the Weak to get some stun, but unfortunately, Citrus goes in for that Dragon's Rage, and they don't even get the kill off the back of it because they rally around Hongshu, they protect Hongshu, and then they run DFM down. The thing with the public execution too, Carrix, is when it lands, oh, it looks good, but when it whiffs, it's a public whiff-secution because everybody sees you miss, and then you are left to walk into the fight, and that is not what you want. That beautiful flash stun from Shousey is picture-in-picture, back to live, fights breaking out.
Yeah, it is around this dragon. DFM must fight for it. Citrus is on the dragon. Might actually be able to steal it away in time. Does. Well done there. DFM stave off Soul for another 5 minutes.
Yeah, and they get themselves a Drake with that heal 2% missing health per 5 seconds, right? So they're getting themselves a little more survivability. They're getting themselves a little more sustain so they can handle the poke. They can fight a little longer. So I like that get for DFM. It buys them more time. Fisher needs to be careful because DCG, they're moving as a death ball now. It's basically every member of DCG roaming together. It's going to be nearly impossible for DFM. Citrus.
Ooh. Citrus in trouble, goes down over the wall. It was just the clone. It's all right. Fisher was able to W back, sorry. As Baron started up with no jungler on the map. This is an easy Baron.
Yeah, I was just talking about how DCG are roaming around as a death ball, and Citrus is just there on his own, gets caught, taken out, no jungler. This will go over to DCG. Good equalizer to zone them away here.
The DFM are still hanging around. They think they can try and get something done. The taunt goes in, but they're not beating Smite. Florin will get blown up in trade, but I think all of DFM are going to get hunted down. Maybe Momo will survive to tell the story as, nope, he gets bound up. The curtain's open. He will fall as well. And I don't really know what the intention of the contest was. As soon as Citrus is gone, you have no hope.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the communications where we're still 4v5, we could still do something. Woody dashing in with that taunt did lock them down at very nearly the exact right moment, but they just didn't have the timing on the damage follow-up, and ultimately DFM are routed and do not secure this Baron. DCG, the ones to secure it. Karkun using the belt to avoid that Tempered Fate beautifully. That equalizer from Florin, though, did so much work because it zoned 3 members of DFM away, and Woody went in at the right time, but the other three members of DFM weren't even close. They just didn't have a chance to get in there and deal that damage to the Baron. DCG chased DFM down and out of that jungle. That deadly flourish from downtown, locking Momo up, leaving him to Deep Cross Gaming's Pop 9. And now, with 4 Baron-empowered members, they're using their topside advantage to crack through these last remaining turrets. DFM need to find an answer. They need to rally here, Carrix, because it's not looking too good. They're down 7.3k gold right now.
Yeah, Momo uses his ult just to stay unstoppable for a moment, but it doesn't matter. The damage is raining in. An 8-kill Hongshu will do basically whatever he wants. In they go. They find Citrus immediately, is able to get the kick, able to dance out, but it was a GA on Pop 9. Should be able to get back up, drag himself back out. The base has been cracked. An inhibitor will fall, and DCG now are in completely in the driving seat. Fisher, I mean, he's trying to get little pops of damage on LeBlanc, but it becomes less and less relevant as he falls further and further behind.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Fisher 5-3-2. He's the only one with a positive KDA on DFM, but his counterpart on the opposite side, Hongshu, is 8-1-9. That's 17 of the 19 kills that have occurred. And look at Pop 9 as well, also involved in 17. It makes it look like this mid-jungle duo are just linked up. They're in synergy. They have like a psychic connection, and they know when and where they are going to fight. And the rest of DCG are always close behind. Shao Si involved in 16 of these kills too. The kill participation is so high because they're moving as a team. They're killing as a team and catching DFM out as a team too.
Yeah, another inhib falls. DFM have not found the angle to rally just yet. Woody was looking for something, but with the Nexus towers being hit, teleport behind from Momo, this is last chance saloon for DFM in game 1. It's a shockwave immediately going in. Layered damage is massive. Down go 2 already. DFM, they can do absolutely nothing. Clean ace for DCG. 12k gold lead as the Nexus explodes.
Relove DCG take game 1 of tonight's best of 3 series between DFM and Relove DCG, and it started well for DFM. They got a lead. They were still up around that 17-18 minute mark, around 2,000 gold, but DCG, they just found a good fight. They got in front and then they never let it go. They were just constantly applying the pressure, constantly chasing DFM down, beating them in these team fights and extending their own gold lead. And whilst Florin's individual KDA didn't look too good, he was typically the only one dying in a lot of these fights where DFM were getting kills because he was frontlining, he was zoning, he was spacing, and he was dropping those equalizers, which is why his damage is still so high, Carrix.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just an impressive performance across the board, honestly. I think DFM, the end gold graph doesn't tell the story of that game very well. I actually think DFM did make a lot of good moves. Unfortunately, just not good enough, and then it was just a few critical mistakes leading to objectives going over to DCG. But I think that's a problem that you can fix, and game 2 might be really interesting.
Yeah, and like, it's not like DFM weren't without bright spots, without bright team members either. Fisher was still able to get a lot of work done around these plays that DCG were making. The damage this LeBlanc was doing was fantastic, and I see why Fisher did choose that LeBlanc. The exhaust there in that highlight, I mean, Fisher was just able to walk that one out because DCG refocused because Momo went into that back line. But this is a great example of how DCG played. They just responded so much quicker. They were everywhere together. DFM were never able to find a numbers advantage in a fight against DCG after that 16th minute mark. And how do you win when you're always down in numbers and Xiaoxi's getting great tempered fates and equalizers are zoning you away and you're losing every objective?
Yeah, exactly. I think their actual in-team fight execution was actually pretty good from DFM. I think that was really improved over what we've seen in the past from them. But as you said, if you're fighting a man down, it doesn't really matter how well you play it. You are at such a significant disadvantage. So we just need to find something a little bit more stable in game 2 if DFM are going to take this all the way.
Yeah, I agree. Something more stable, something more consistent, something more sustainable, if you will, because that's one of the problems that is talked about a lot with these mage bot laners, right? Is that they have a lot of burst, but they don't have great sustain, whereas ADs do have more sustain, so they're able to win these longer, more drawn-out fights a little more handily, and that's seemingly what was occurring more often than not in tonight's fighting. It was just Relove DCG would survive the initial burst, and then they would come back fighting, and Karkun on this Syndra was just like, well, everything of mine's on cooldown, and my autos don't do overly much right now, so maybe the call is to pick an AD for game 2.
Oh, I hope so. I'd love to see some ADs. Let's see some auto attacks in game 2. Fingers crossed.
I mean, yeah, Ezreal was banned away in this game 1. Maybe Ezreal makes it through those picks and bans for game 2. But I think I really liked what I saw out of Fisher. I think we'll have to see him step up some more in that mid lane. Momo, I think this Momo is still looking better than a Momo that we saw in Split 2. He's able to stand tall in the face of a lot of these top laners that he's coming up against, a little more than he used to. So practice is definitely paying off for him. But that is enough from us for that game 1. We will go to a break, and when we come back, we'll be ready for game 2 of tonight's best of 3.
few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Why did they get rid of that?
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
Oh, I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Come back, summoners.
G'day and welcome back, Cobbers, to the LCP. We find ourselves in a situation where Relove DCG had to fight from behind to take game one against DFM Carricks. DFM, they're feeling in form. Yeah, and so with DFM's form, obviously off the back of that win against SHG, they feel fantastic. So Relove DCG have done well to overcome the aspirations of DFM here in this game one. So it will be up to them, though, to kind of retake the initiative, recollect themselves, get that momentum. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this draft turns out, but we won't get to that for a couple of minutes, maybe a couple of seconds here. But Garrix, what are your thoughts, mate, on that game one? And do you have any insights or thoughts on what you want to see here in game two?
Well, now that I can talk, as I don't break things on my desk, I do think DFM looked better in game one, but unfortunately was not enough against a team like DCG. I do want to see them try and push Florin off a strong pick. If they can get him onto a tank, I think it helps a lot. He was such an absolute menace on that Rumble. I actually liked the LeBlanc idea a lot. Fisher did get a lot of catches. I wouldn't mind seeing him on something more aggressive. Maybe if Locke gets through, you could put him onto something like that. He was finding good angles. And I think you should still lean into the majors if you're the bot lane of DFM. I think you should be looking towards Ziggs, looking towards Mel, these kind of things that just allow Woody to leave lane. I don't think you play for the 2v2. You try and make unbalanced fights across the rest of the map.
That's it, right? Unbalanced fights, unfair fights, which is why these globals are so important too. You get Talia with that Weaver's Wall. She's been making appearances in that bot lane. You get Ryze with that Realm Warp in the mid lane, and you just jump everybody into one lane, you overwhelm it, and you punish them before they can respond, right? Because a lot of the times you make these plays, it's spotted out on vision, and the enemy team can respond, and you only get a couple of seconds to really use that initiative, really make a play. But with the Realm Warp, with the Destiny Gate, with the Talia's Weaver Wall, you can deliver players so much faster, and you get more time to make those plays. And time is so important. It is so critical here in League of Legends and on Summoner's Rift, because we are getting ready for this draft here tonight, Carrix. And yeah, look, Lock's not getting through.
Yeah, look, okay, fair enough. I thought it was a good idea, but DCG, maybe they agreed with me, so just take that one off the board. Jace going away as well makes a lot of sense. Don't want to see Florin getting his hands on the like of that. Poppy's been promoted to a first phase ban, but otherwise looking very similar.
Yeah, I was going to say, oh, they banned Lock. They absolutely agree with you. So I'm glad you said that too. I was like, credit where credit's due. You called it, and they were like, yeah, no, thanks. We don't want to see a bar of that. Lock banned, Nefiri banned, Jace and Poppy. Poppy banned Iron Ezreal. No, I was kind of hoping to see Ezreal on the Rift. I always love to see Ezreal in the hands of these pro players. The Arcane shifting aggressively, that Q poke just doing like 20% damage to players' health bars. It's a spectacle to behold, especially, in these tier 1 players' hands, but it will not happen. Ezreal banned, which means it also kind of soft bans Karma, right? Because more often than not, you see Ezreal Karma combined, and it makes me wonder what they're going to go to. I feel like it forces them onto a mage in that bot lane.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. Karma has sort of fallen out outside of being paired specifically with Ezreal, but this is a big one that's gotten through. Is Cassiopeia sneaks her way through the bans, and that's a really, really strong first pick for DFM. It's sort of a 2.5 lane flex pick. Mid and bot are the big ones, but can go top if Momo is feeling really spicy.
I mean, Spice is pretty nice, but I think Momo needs to be on something comfortable. I think Momo needs to go on one of his pocket picks so that he knows what he's doing. He feels a bit more confident on that pick into Florin, because no matter which way you cut it, Florin is a very, very strong top laner, and Momo needs to sort of rise to that occasion and needs to give himself every possible advantage. But Real Love DCG, they've already picked up Victor, and Victor is a scaling AP monster in that mid lane. But Rel, will they break the curse? Picked 5 times and has lost 100%. So I don't know about this one, Carrix.
Yeah, look, sometimes the numbers tell stories, but maybe DCG can turn the fortunes around for this champion, maybe get themselves back into it. As DFM, they just lock in the Alistair. Okay, fair enough. Just getting some engage early in the draft.
Yeah, and I mean, it speaks that they have a clear draft identity in mind. Getting that Alistair for that, disengage tool as well, but he's also a spectacular engage tool himself. He's good at repelling DCG's engage. He's good at setting up DFMs. I did kind of like the idea of the vibe. Xin Zhao right now is just a little bit stronger than a fantastic team fighting tool, but they've opted to pivot and go with Kiana. They want that damage.
Yeah, just a strong damage and engaged jungle, able to just sort of do what Fisher was doing in game 1, but from the jungle role, as that will almost certainly be going to Citrus, of course. Kiana, not much of a mid laner these days, hasn't been for quite some time, as, Florin gets his Gnar.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough top lane. I imagine these bans are going towards protecting that Gnar as well, or depending on how they're feeling, maybe they'd be comfortable giving Momo that counterpick in the top side. Potentially, there it is. If a frog hadn't caught my throat, I would have beat that Vayne ban. I swear to goodness. But we actually saw another really good ban the other night. We saw a Vayne Tristana ban, because Tristana has also kind of risen in that top lane as a counter to the Gnar. So it will be interesting to see if Free Love DCG go with that. I don't think they should. I think they should go towards the top lane of DFM, maybe the mid or AP, because that Cassiopeia could flex as well.
It certainly could. Cassiopeia could still go to a lot of places. I like the Vayne ban. That is something that Momo could have brought out. It would have been very bold, but is a good matchup into the Gnar, no question. As to see where the next bans are going to go. I wouldn't be surprised to see more junglers being taken away. Just push Pop9 down the tier list.
Yeah, absolutely. Olaf ban, really, really good there as well. I mean, Olaf more often than not is in that top side these days, has been known to be in the jungle, but not anytime recently. So I like that ban. It's all about protecting Florin on this Gnar. So this is the setup that you were hoping for in game one there, Carrix, where they're just giving Florin every tool he needs to really heavily win through top, become that strong win condition that we know Florin can be once he's online. The last ban coming through from DFM, though, is that Silas. They don't want to let DCG steal any of the ultimates from DFM. It will be interesting to see, though, how DCG respond. I like the Pantheon pick, the hover. Good engage with the stun, great Aegis for survivability, and the ultimate to turn the tides in their favor.
Yeah, I like it a lot so far. Just picking just some globals. Pop9 can just move around the map really easily, help wherever he wants. They also don't reveal where the Victor is going, can still be flexed to the bot lane. Rise, the Hubbard would make sense. It's a strong champion. Fisher's had some decent performances on it, locked in. So we now know that Cassiopeia will almost certainly be going to the bot lane unless something truly crazy happens on this last pick. If that would be truly crazy, but not change what I was saying. I think Yorick would make a lot more sense. And there it is.
Yeah. I mean, seeing a Yorick picked again, like, can we pick something different, please? Right, like, we get all these picks, these, you know, safe picks, these decent picks, but I want to see something spicy, like you were saying. Like, when we see Pun in that top side, we don't know what he'll pick. There's Urgot, the Set, the Volley, the Jax, and then the traditional top laners, whereas no one else is kind of, like, willing to go out on that limb and make those bold, decisive top lane changes. But and Nivea has been locked in here. It looks like it's going to be mid lane for Hongshu. So Fisher on that rise will have his work cut out for him. I really think when it comes to these team fights, Relove DCG have some fantastic tools.
Yeah, that's a lot of circles. Often one of the ways to pick a team comp is just how many circles can you make cool pictures from, and they've got 3 really good circles. Gravity Well, the Anivia ult, and the Magnet Storm are all circles you don't want to stand in if you're DFM. I don't think DFM wants to fight 5v5. They need to be finding picks and taking very uneven fights.
Yeah, and that's exactly what DCG started doing in game one. They always had the numbers advantage. So DFM, they know what they need to do. They've seen it. They were the victims of it in game one. It's whether or not they can execute on that as all of our coaching stuff. They come together and they do the respectful, you know, the bows and the riot fist bumps. Is one of the fans, he's calling it DCG 2-0 here. But DFM, I think they'd like to make the upset happen. I think they'd like to reverse sweep and have it be 2-1 DFM. And look at Karkun's monitor real quick. We noticed this last night, and then we've noticed it in previous splits. He plays with it on such a hectic angle. Like, how does he do? I would love like a behind-the-scenes documentary, please, LCP, on Karkun and playing with his monitor on that angle. Just tee it up.
There are some pro players around the world that play with deranged settings. I can't remember who it was, but someone played in windowed mode where the window was like not even the full screen. Just like could see half his desktop. And it's like, what are we doing here? Like, why? And it's just like, well, yeah, that's how I use. I think the explanation was I used to have a really bad computer. This was the only way I could get above like 20 frames, and now I'm used to it. It's like, all right, fair enough, I guess. It's clearly working. You're better than me.
I mean, you're used to it, but you could do better. There's, you know, like now there's a lot better equipment out there, and you could get used to being 2000 FPS on a, full 2080 monitor and high hertz. But I don't know. If it works, it works. And like you said, they're better than us. One of the other setups that I've seen is, I think it's in Counter-Strike or something, the guys like sit like an inch off the monitor. Like some of them have their like noses touching the screen when they're like locked in and focused. But speaking of locked in and focused, it looks like there's a Riot official there just pointing out Karkun's screen, so we might have one or two little delays here. If anything comes up, we will let you know from that one. But yeah, like you said, I think DFM, they really need to bring numbers advantages to these fights against DCG.
Yeah, exactly. Someone has just messaged me that must be watching it, being reminded that for a long time Kerp played with a trackball at a professional level of League of Legends. So Karkun is hardly the weirdest.
A trackball? Brother,
Yep.
Most of the people watching this probably don't even know what that is.
Yeah, but we do.
No. That's
It is,
devastating. What?
I mean, with, classic League of Legends coming back, maybe it is the time to bring back our classic setups at home. As we're waiting to get into game, I've been playing so much classic League of Legends. It's so much fun. I stayed up until like 4 a.m. last night.
Oh my god, you absolute degen. But that's the thing, right, with League of Legends Classic, is that everybody degened the heck out of Classic. Like, this is when those 5-player LANs were formed. You'd go to a LAN cafe with all of your friends and you would just overnight it. You would literally, like, I used to help with a LAN cafe, right? I would run a LAN cafe and I'd run out overnighters. It would go from like 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. You bring 30 gamers together, you order so many pizzas and cokes, and everyone is just playing League of Legends Classic, a couple other games, because they just loved it and the environment and the atmosphere. And this is part of that nostalgia. This is where it takes us, these old games that come back.
I still think that one of the best things, if you do get on League of Legends Classic, either both you, Logan, and anyone watching, can you hit your Alistair combo? Because it's really hard.
Ooh.
Because you can't buffer it. You have to time the headbutt pulverize. But we're on to the Rift. We're in the modern game. And speaking of Alistair, Woody will have a much easier time because now the buttons actually work and you can just press them together.
Yeah, you can like get them at exactly the same time and you get your combo and yay. Tippy Tapper in chat even said, yes, you had to time it. So, you've got the backing there. We've got people who are like, yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what you had to do. As we take a look at these skins, Ruthless Pantheon, Illusion Kiana, Fisher, Pirate Rise, Fisher Rise. I mean, that's a DJ. I love Prestige Missmaker Cassiopeia though. One of my favorites. Like the Prestige skins, spectacular. Whenever I have to play a Kali on ARAMs, because I'm a bit of an ARAM fiend, I go for the Prestige KDA skin. It's just stunning.
My favorite skin is a Prestige skin, so I can't argue. Prestige Porcelain Kindred, it's the best one. As Xiaoxi does get a little bit rejected early, but DCG have early control of this wave.
And that's what you want. You want control of the wave, right? You want to be pushing it in or holding it, whichever works best for you at the time. This is another one of those games where we've got multiple mid laners on the Rift. Anivia in the mid, Rise in the mid. But Victor, who is a mid laner, and so is Cassiopeia, are both on the bot side. Level advantage to DCG. They pull the trigger.
Yeah, just get level 2. Just going to force them back, make things harder for Kakun and Woody. But this is not a lane I expect kills to be coming, as Hongsu has been chunked low early in this lane.
Yeah, Fisher getting the better of Hongsu here. Definitely has a lot more health than Hongsu. Hongsu, though, holding on to both of his health pots, and this is something we've seen him do before. He's more than happy to use that passive as like a potential bait for the enemy mid laner to come into him. Even if he loses the passive, they typically don't have enough damage to crack the egg, and then he starts using his health pots. But as I say it, he started to use his health pot. Logan is wrong, and the junglers are not even coming. Mana.
Xiaoxi is going to crash down, but misses the poke. So Fisher just able to walk out.
Yeah, I love the confidence there. Fisher didn't even pop Ghost. He didn't use Flash, nothing. He literally just sidesteps and walks away. And I mean, that's even being generous. I don't even think he sidestepped, quite frankly. Like, Xiaoxi just hard and missed that Shattering Strike, predicting that Fisher would go up, but he just kept going south. Here, though, DFM, they are on that bot side. Scuttle Crab, Woody rotating up, will be spotted out, though. Hongshu will be respectable, but gets the stun onto Fisher. And I know that Pike and I have spoken about this on broadcast before, but I'm not sure if you and I have. The LCP is one of the most emotingest regions in the world. It almost feels like we emote everything, Carrix.
Yeah, exactly. And you've got to have a tailored emote wheel if you're going to truly maximize your damage, as Kakun just takes a little bit of punishment, but no big commit. The wave was not in a great position for DCG to chase that one down. But no, I totally agree. You've got to have your emote wheel tailored, ready to go if you want to be an LCP pro. So Logan, that's the real question. What emote is on the center of your emote wheel? Oh no, Florin. We might have a second to think about it as Florin hops away.
I wish there was a way for me to like look it up right now, because I literally just changed my emote wheel like a week ago, because I got the T1 Worlds bundle, like their skins. So I got a whole bunch of new Seraphine emotes. I used to have the thumbs up in the middle, but now I think I have like, it's almost like a diss track emote. It's like when you make a bad play, I pop the emote and it's kind of like, oh, that was embarrassing for you.
Excellent. Good choice.
What about you?
Personally, I have the Kindred waving at you emote every time the jungler walks into top lane and I back off. Just, hi, go away, please. Hi, you're not wanted. This is a 1v1.
I love that. I love that so much. It's good, though, that we come back to the game and we see Fisher placing that ward down, right, in the jungle of DCG there, so that they get some vision on Pop 9 when he does rotate through. Fisher, though, able to trade quite aggressively in Hongshu, does hit level 6, has that ultimate, and uses it immediately to try and, you know, get this wave. And we're now 5 minutes in. That first Drake of the game has spawned. DFM have priority. They have the vision control, but will DCG go for it? And we mentioned this last good wall.
Ooh, decent wall, but Fisher is still able just to walk out. Burns the ghost, so they are chipping away at this Riser's survivability, but still has the flash, so nothing too terrible yet. Citrus lurking around on this bottom side of the river, as it looks like a build towards a dragon fight is coming. Fisher is very zoned out of this, so it's hard for him to get into the river safely, given where the wards are.
Yeah, but there's already 3 members of DFM here.
No, Citrus walks into the brush, just chain stunned. He will be going down. No, he lives, just managing to get out, but they surrender priority. That should be, won't be Dragon because they don't quite have the time to do it, but is just a massive tempo swing for DCG.
Yeah, Citrus has rotated up through his top side to check out those jungle camps, and it looks like he's not willing to recall yet. He's like, no, I'm going to clear out my camps. But Citrus is lucky to walk away from that one. And it's crazy that he did it at all, right? Because we just saw at least 2 members from DCG pushing up in that mid lane, giving Fisher grief. They were just zoning Fisher away from this. So Citrus, maybe it was just a bad miscalculation. Maybe he just forgot. Walks into where there was at least 2 members almost knowingly. Lucky to live that one. Is back out on the Rift now, though, and we do see Hongshu using that wall to great effect.
Yeah, Woody just getting forced back. Did have to burn his flash there, as that Alistair not going to be happy about that. Can get an easy reset, has the spellbook teleporters. Oh no, Kakun, he is in a lot of trouble. Pop 9, grand starfall down, and first blood attained for DCG.
Easy as you please, but a TP in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's just Woody. He's just rolling back out onto the map, just using that spellbook TP just to get some tempo on his side.
Yeah, look, you just want to use those summoners, right? You got them, use them. Why not? They're meant to be on cooldown. They're meant to be used. If you're not using your summoner spells, why do you even have them here? Is Florin doing a great job to keep up in CS with Momo, and that's the ranged advantage of that Gnar in this early game. You can stay in touch with this Yorick, right? Because Yorick has quite the sort of oppressive top lane game tempo with all those ghouls, with a ghoulie wall. It can be quite suffocating, but we do take a look at the items across Rift here. No one has completed their first item yet. A couple of completed boots, and DFM, they've started up the Void Grubs. I like that they're going for this, and DCG, they're not going for the Drake. It looks like they want to contest the Grubs.
Yeah, they might try and find a fight on the retreat. There's no Pantheon ult though, so I don't think they're actually going to be able to get into this one. This actually is just a very clean grub take from DFM. DCG, they have the map priority for the Dragon, but they're not heading over towards it. So, nice little poke there from Hongshu as well. Yeah, it's just a grub take.
I love the wall and the thumbs up emote from Hongshu too. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was just zoning them off, preventing them from getting to lane that much quicker, letting his minions chip away at the tower. And then the stun too. Like, what else could DFM do but walk forward through the stun? It was just a fun sequence of plays there as Pop9 does pick up that Scuttle Crab. And critically, Pop9 is also the one who got that first blood, so he does have that gold over his counterpart of Citrus. And speaking of gold, Relove DCG, they've hit that 1,000 gold lead here at that 9-minute mark. But the Drake, it's still up, and DCG have all of the vision control. They will know when DFM go for this one.
Yeah, exactly. I think the vision control has been pretty good so far from DFM. They've known mostly where Pop9 is, of course, other than that one incident where he managed to skip the vision with the ultimate to the bot lane, but that, of course, is the power of Pantheon. As this game's still just a very slow one to start off.
Yeah, and sometimes slow is good. Fisher, though, stunned here against the wall. That'll be the end of that trade as Hongshu just trying to get some advantage over the mid lane of DFM. Xiaoxi in the area, spotted on the ward, so Fisher has to respect that, will back away. As these supports, they're just roaming. They're just being menaces. They're looking to turn every single 1v1 into a 2v1. And they're giving priority. They push Fisher away. They have the numbers, and that means Pop9 can go for the first Drake of the game here at the 10.5-minute mark, Carrick. So it's a really slow Drake. I can't imagine Drake's becoming that big win con that they usually can be.
No, I don't think Soul will be the deciding thing this game, I agree, but I still think Dragon fights may well be. With how these team comps are drafted out, I think DFM will be trying to look to catch off stragglers around objective if they can solo out a Feng, a Pop9. These characters that can just get a little bit caught, as Florin does find Citrus. Probably won't chase him too far, particularly with the stun coming in, but with Pop9 arriving, supreme display of talent is used. Flashes traded as well. Citrus is forced out.
Yeah, so far, Citrus not having the best game on this Kiana. Both of the supreme display of talents we've seen from Citrus have been defensive to try and escape from plays made by Relove DCG. If this keeps up, that doesn't bode well for the rest of the game. Cyclosword for Citrus, Sundered Sky for Pop9 as these first item completions are coming through. Feng, 20 CS up over Karkun, has completed his first item with Karkun behind. Still hasn't completed theirs yet, but it is a Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia has come online after that sort of second item. That said, Victor, one of the strongest scaling mages in League of Legends, you're almost on a clock and you don't want to let Victor get out of control, but we're at the 12-minute mark. It's 600 gold over to DCG, and most of these turrets are still pretty healthy, Carricks. I don't see any of them going down in the next couple of minutes here.
Yeah, no, it has just been pretty much just nothing happening so far. It was just one pick early, some grubs taken, but neither team has pulled the trigger on any real play. All of the towers are getting lovely crystalline growths all over them because no one is really touching them. As Yeah, Xiaoxi's just here to make sure Hongshu can clear this wave. Gets a nice trade onto Fisher, but nothing to really write home about, as both supports are just not even hitting each other. There's love in this world.
To quote, I think it was Blue Panda who used to say this, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but like a nothing burger. Like a lot of things happen, but it ends up just being a great big nothing burger. And I was like, I love that, because that's kind of what's going on here. We're 13 minutes in with 1 kill, barely a tussle as, Xiaoxi misses the Shattering Strike again.
Xiaoxi does go in, lands a good Magnet Storm though. Woody has to pop the Unbreakable Will and walk out of this one. It's a good wall. Citrus in trouble. A second kill for Pop9. Down on the bot side, Kakun has had the Chaos Storm put on top of him. The Grand Starfall is here, and Kakun, this is getting a little bit familiar. Has to run, and they give the kill to Pop9. Goes up to 3.
Yeah, all 3 kills onto Pop9 on that Pantheon. That is not good, because he is playmaking, right? He is making things happen. He was just in mid lane where they took down, Citrus around that sort of mid-river entry, and then ults down to the bot side, and here we see it again. The supreme display of talent just clipping Hongshu, but then we see Xiaoxi dive forward with that Magnet Storm, lock up 2 of them, the wall, the exhaust onto Citrus, the target of choice. And Feng, in this 1v1 against Kakun, which goes to step upwards, which drives Kakun down. Pop9's ultimate was north of Kakun, which forces him down, and then that spear just takes him out, cleans him up. Pop9 3-0. He's every single kill for DCG.
Yeah. He is everywhere as Tana once again comes in on the coach comms, trying to get DFM a little bit back on track. As last game, I think they had a good start, but unfortunately fell off in the mid and late game. And this game, it is not a good start, so things are not boding well for DFM.
Yeah, one thing I do want to point out, though, is Momo is having a good game against Florin. And I want to say he's having a good game because he's not getting absolutely demolished. He's not getting run off the rift. He's actually competing against Florin in this lane. He's keeping Florin in this lane, which means Florin's not able to free roam and have impact elsewhere, not able to join these team fights right now, which I think is a credit to Momo and his scaling up over the course of LCP 2026. The Rift Herald has just spawned 20 seconds ago, and the second Drake of the game is about to respawn as well. But Real Love DCG, they've got a 2k gold.
Ooh, there is a catch here. The egg trying to get scrambled, but a stun onto Citrus doesn't come in time. Citrus trying to find his way out, but the Chaos Storm will take him down. It's Pop9 that gets the kill, in fact. Woody on the run, but a big flash from Florin will secure another fight for DCG.
I love that fist bump emote as well. Like, Florin hit the fist bump before Woody had even died.
Ooh, Xiaoxi in some trouble, but they're just going to go straight back in onto Fisher, who flashes over the wall. Kakun in the middle of 3, does pick up 1 kill, trying to slither his way out, can't do it. Pop9 flashes over the wall. They want to keep it going. A Realm Warp is here, and an escape is in for Fisher.
By the skin of his skin. I don't know how that saying goes, but he just gets away, does Fisher, with that Realm Warp, because there was no CC left to stop him. That said, DFM cut Relove DCG's gold lead from 2.1 to 1.3k. So a nice sequence of play. Pop9 looking for more.
Yeah, is here trying to deny this dragon from DFM. Hongshu on the other side, catching Citrus. Not landing the damage quite yet. A good stun there from Citrus, as well as in goes Woody. But this Alistair doesn't have ult, is very squishy, just falls down to Feng. Momo as well, exhausted up, stunned up, taken down. DFM are falling apart, and DCG are reaping the reward.
I mean, Real Love DCG have just been so proactive all game. Pop9 has been involved in... Oh, Citrus, you need to be so careful.
Needs to find his way out. He is a Kiana, though. He is pretty quick. I think he should be fine. Xiaoxi's going to try and make it. Can't do it. Supreme's play of talent and a flash. We'll make sure he's all right.
I liked the idea there, hoping to get Xiaoxi caught under the turret with the aggro, but just out of range. But Citrus makes good his escape there. But what I was saying, Pop9, 100% kill participation. Pop9 is the one making these plays. Pop9 is the one finishing these fights. As we go back to this topside play, it took DFM so long to crack this egg that Relove DCG were able to collapse and turn it back around. Pop9 just walks up, finishes Citrus. Fang with that Maelstrom, that Chaos Storm, able to get a lot of damage down onto Woody. That flash ult forward from the Nah, even though 2 members of DFM were right there. And in the extended play, Karkun's patience ulting 2 members. They didn't see it coming. They ate the full CC, and it shows because Karkun was able to get a kill back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the kill back was nice. It is a bit of a cherry on top, but not didn't get the rest of the meal. They only got the cherry, really. And as we look at the second half of this fight, I mean, DFM, I just don't think you could have been here.
Yeah, it really does feel like they were caught out of place, but this fight was initiated again by Pop9. He went into that bush, forced them down into the waiting arms of Hongshu. And what do you do with this Anivia, right? That wall that it puts up is so annoying. It obstructs your pathways. You can't get in, you can't escape. You're kind of just stuck there and you have to eat it. And DCG are playing around this so well. They're up 3k gold at the 19-minute mark. They've got both of the Drakes, and the Baron is on the Rift in 45 seconds. Rift Herald, it doesn't even look like they're gonna go for it. It might even just time out here as Florin left alone on this top side, able to get so much gold.
Yeah, exactly. They just don't need the Rift Herald. It'd be nice to pick up, but it's just not worth investing the time from DCG. They're much happier just catching waves, scaling up this Victor, just getting the perfection on his abilities as he builds up those stacks. Hongshu happily farming as well. It has not been really very many fights. It's been maybe 4 little clashes, but it's built up to a 4,000 gold lead for DCG, and they are just really walking away with this one. DFM not putting up a huge fight here in game 2.
Yeah, it definitely feels like DFM is just sitting, waiting, watching, wondering when DCG is going to pull the trigger and close this one out. The initiative of DFM in the early game of game 1, it doesn't feel like it's here anymore. It feels like Relove DCG are the ones, as Woody might have an angle on Xiaoxi.
Yeah, trying to find his way in, but the dismount over the wall. All right, Xiaoxi, don't think we need to cleanse there, but it's okay. It's just a spellbook cleanse.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. Goes back to exhaust.
Yeah, I was going to say, as soon as I saw the cleanse, I was like, oh, interesting on a sport. And then like, oh, yeah, that's right. You summon a spellbook. You've got every summoners and you can just use them willy-nilly. And I mean, better safe than sorry, right? Xiaoxi's found an angle.
There's a charge onto Karkun. No hope there. He'll go down. The tower will follow him. Fisher can't do anything about this. And, I mean, what is there to say that hasn't already been said? This is why DCG is such a class team.
Yeah, this is why Relove DCG, as you said, are the perennial second place here in the LCP, and they will be looking to prove themselves as the #1 seed, right? Because seeding matters too. When you get to the conversation around Worlds, it can put you further ahead, it can earn you an extra buy, or it can earn you a choice of opponent. Woody just maybe caught out there. Good wall from Hongshu. The double thumbs up there. You'll love to see it as Pop9 gets that scuttle 50 seconds before the 3rd Drake of the game. And yeah, that Rift Herald, it was never picked up. Baron is on the Rift. Relove DCG extend their gold lead to 5k. And look at the items. Both Fisher and Karkun with those Rod of Ages. Karkun's nearly finished, but over on the opposite side, Hongshu also has his 9-stack Rod of Ages. So they're all about to get these level ups. Fang, 2 completed, including that Shadow Flame. So damage getting real. Florin, Triforce, Sterix Gauge. That is one tanky Nah.
Yeah, he is a bit of a problem, as Florin often is for opponents, as Momo will break the top lane tower, but he's going to have to deal with the fact that lots of friends are arriving as the teleports rain in on the map. Momo does manage to survive for now, chasing them down. Oh no, it's all falling apart. The DFM are being taken off the map. Fong is chasing in onto Woody. Fisher is the only one really to escape. 4 members of DFM fall to DCG, and Baron is immediately stunned.
Yeah, nearly a clean ace there for Relove DCG. 6k gold lead, Baron in their sights. They send 2 members. Florin shows up. Feng went to just bounce the wave before returning to the Baron himself. There's nothing Fisher can do. He straight ran from the top lane to the bot lane to try and shove that wave out before the Baron-empowered DCG show up. And here's where it kicks off. Momo thought he had a 1v1 on Florin, but a TP is committed. 4 members of Relove DCG are here before you can blink an eye. Supreme display of talent does some work. It delays DCG only though, because it hit 2, so not bad, but the damage out of Feng, this scaled Victor, nothing DFM could do against that. They run for the hills and they get run down here, Carrick. So now DCG in firm control of this game. Yes, Pop9 is down there by the Drake as the rest of his team sieges up. Surely they collect it as an insurance policy just in case.
Yeah, exactly. May as well just dot your I's and cross your T's as Pop9, yeah, we'll be able to get this one. In goes Florin, finds an angle onto Fisher. There's a Magnet Storm as well. It's a really good Petrifying Gaze to maybe keep the Rise alive, but no, it is not going to happen. They brought everyone. They brought the Grand Starfall. Karkun will find his way into his base, but it's not going to be safety for long as they are just going to go the distance to take him down. Is the top lane inner gone? It is Baron minions pressing towards the base. Is traded on the other side by Momo, but Momo is not going to be able to trade for what comes next.
Yeah, Momo's recall was interrupted as well, so great tempo control from Florin there. 5 members of Relove DCG with that Baron buff as Woody popping every emote he's got. He's there alone right now. Nothing he can do in the face of 3 sieging members of DCG. Momo finally arrives to give Alistair a hand, but just a great sequence of plays coming out of DCG there. Pop9 aggressing so deep to make sure he gets onto Karkun, pops that Aegis to prevent himself from dying too. And DCG, they're firmly in control. A minute left on the Baron at 2k so far on that power play. They're on soul point for these Drakes. If the game lasts another 5 minutes, they will absolutely, you know, get priority, get vision control. They'll force DFM to come into them to try and prevent that one. And look, oh, the damage, Carricks.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage out of Feng. That's one of the most ridiculous damage graphs I've ever seen. That's insane. He's double second. As Citrus does go into stealth, has a Mega Blast Cone to get to safety, so he'll be okay. But DCG, I mean, you said they're 1 away from Soul, but I think we both agreed. Oh, Woody, that was, let's just not focus on that. They're 1 away from Soul, but I don't think that will be a particularly relevant part of this game. I think we both agree.
Yeah, I think Relove DCG, they're going to siege this top side. I think they're going to try and take this top tier 2. The wave, though, not even close, so they do have to wait some time. They've pivoted their attention to this mid lane. I just love that, like, you can catch some of these players. Hongshu just sat there for about 5 or 6 seconds. And I'm going to say doing nothing because that's my best description for it, but he's not doing nothing, obviously. His presence helps too, but he wasn't autoing, he wasn't moving, he just sat there. And it almost feels like it's a dare to DFM to, like, come forward into him because they're going to take this top side tier 2 and keep pressing their advantages.
Oh, and in we go. Shousey lands the big Magnet Storm. The circles are in. The Chaos Storm is raging across them as Citrus will be the next to fall. Momo, the only DFM player left on the map, and he will not be there for long. Triple kill for Pop9. He has gone absolutely enormous this game as DCG they break this in him and they'll move on towards the Nexus.
Yeah, look, Feng, Florin, and Pop9 have not died this entire game 2, Carricks, as they march down the Nexus. Relove DCG will take a convincing 2-0 clean sweep against the LJL's DFM, and they have earned themselves that 2-1 record here in the Swiss stages, Carricks.
That is an impressive showing from them as DFM, it's not DFM week, unfortunately. They are sent back down as DCG, game 1, I think, looked a little bit shaky for just the first part. Game 2, though, was incredibly rock solid from this team.
Yeah, I definitely liked Game 1 DFM. Again, the first 17, 18 minutes, they were in the lead. They were in control. At one stage, they had a 2.2k gold lead, which is nothing to slouch at. But Relove DCG, 3-1, thank you very much there. It was a 2-0, or maybe I'm missing the reference, but DFM, they had a strong start to the Game 1, and then Relove DCG, it's like they had warmed up, they woke up, they came back strong in the Game 1, and then they stayed strong in Game 2. They just took the lead, they never relented, and it didn't feel like DFM really had a way back into that one.
Yeah, I think once DCG got ahead, they closed off all the ways back in, and I mean, look at the damage charts. That is ridiculous. Feng on this Victor, well, he's turned the champion's hopes around, so good job by him.
Yeah, 34k. I mean, the next closest was his own teammate Florin on that Nara at 15.5. The jungler, the mid laner, all beating their counterparts. The nearest, the 5th place damage dealer was Fisher on that rise. So unfortunately, they were just kept down all game. You look at the gold chart, it was never really in DFM's favor. 10 turrets to 3, 20 kills to 2. DFM, they will be able to take a lot of learnings from this one, though, I think. And for me, Carricks, and Professor Logan is back in session here. Don't give Feng Victor. I reckon that's a pretty good decision.
Oh, I don't know what you're meant to give him. It seems like he just kind of goes crazy on everything. And Xiaoxi actually gets player of the match. I really like this. I was about to ask who you think it might be, but I was going to say probably Xiaoxi. I think his game was incredible, particularly the Rel game. Those Magnet Storms were insane.
Yeah, he had some great Magnet Storms with that 95% kill participation, but he also had some great Tempered Fates on that Bard in Game 1. He saved his turrets. He set up some of the team plays. He saved some of his teammates as well. 87.5 KP. So he was just everywhere. He was involved in everything. So I do think that's a really well-deserved player of the match, because here in this 3v3, it was Xiaoxi flash forward with the Magnet Storm, rooting up Woody and Citrus to allow that kill to come through. And then off the back of it, Pop9, he gets his kill, he ults down here, and it's just DCG control all game long. Xiaoxi didn't have any impact on that bot side fight, but he was roaming down for it. And a lot of what makes a good support is being in the right places at the right times. Yes, he missed the odd shattering strike here and there, but he still did enough in the team fights to set them up for success.
Exactly. I think Xiaoxi was incredibly impressive, but so honestly were the rest of DCG. I think all 5 members had a very, very good series, particularly Game 2, where they just came together. Pop9 was everywhere on Pantheon. Maybe we need to go back to banning that against him, though there are so many things to ban against this team. And DCG, I think maybe people were a little bit worried about them after week 1, but I think now after this 3rd round of games for them, we're feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, look, we were so confident we called it a 2-0 to DCG, both of us in our predictions, and that is what rang true. It was a 2-0 over to DCG, despite that strong start, that strong showing from DFM in that Game 1. But it was team fight after team fight here in this Game 2, and DCG, They love a good team fight. They're great at team fights. They will fight you at any and every possible chance. Like, yeah, they're from the PCS, but it feels like they're from the VCS with that 3-man Magnet Storm from Xiao C Carrix. Yeah, that really set DCG up for success there.
Yeah, exactly. And they layered the circles. It's what I said they needed to do in draft, and that was enough to get them over the line in our first series. But we've got another series tonight, Logan. MVK will be the first ones off the block. Kratos, Guri, Chica, Haki, and Sulong will be taking to the Rift in just a little bit.
Yeah, really, really looking forward to this one. We got to see them just yesterday as well, and they're supported by Sugar, Big Koro, SOFM, or S of M, sorry, Stella, and Shawnee. They're two of their substitutes. And one thing that we saw yesterday as well is that the coaching staff is not scared to wear the jerseys of their team, which I think is like a really cool touch, right? Like, yeah, there's a time and a place for suits, but let's wear our team jerseys. Let's really get into the spirit of it.
Yeah, exactly. And the spirit has been strong for MVK. I think they've been looking pretty good so far, particularly their opening game of the split. I was really impressed with them. But they're up against, you know, a fairly tricky matchup tonight. So in just a moment, I'm sure we'll be seeing GAM Esports. It's a VCS derby. Kiaya, Drakthar, Glory, Artemis, and Taki ready to get back on top.
Yeah, I mean, Glory definitely coming off some amazing form at EWC, solo killing Faker. He did have a strong showing last night. Drakthar in that jungle as well. Putting those two together is very, very aggressive. But let's take a look at tonight's featured matchup. It's a double header in the mid lane because we have Glory from GAM versus Chica from MVK. And Chica clears Glory in those damage numbers, but gold per minute, CS per minute, and kill participation, Glory every day.
Yeah, Glory has been coming back into his own. A player that had a long time in the wilderness has been really getting back on his feet. He came in at the end of last split, had some decent performances, but it's this split where I think he's really starting to take flight. At the same time, Chica, still very young, very new to the scene. It's a bit of old versus new in these Vietnamese teams.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes experience and veterancy counts for a lot. But let's take a quick look at our predictions for tonight here, Carrix. We've, once again, we have aligned. We believe GAM will take it 2-1 over MVK.
Yeah, look, I have my way of predicting this series is I think GAM will decide the winner of all three games. They will win two of them and they will throw one of them. That is the team that GAM is. I do think MVK is a really good team, though. This is not there is not a million miles between these teams. I think they're both quite strong. I just think GAM are a little bit better at most of the positions on the map.
Well, I mean, you said it, right? GAM will be the decider for all three of these games. That is exactly what we got last night, right? GAM had a fantastic game one. They were ahead seriously in game two, right up until the last 2 minutes when Drakthar just got caught and handed the game over to CFO. And then game three feels like they were demoralized and just couldn't find a way back in. But that's ahead of us. We have a short break to go to. Don't go anywhere. This is the LCP, and we're made for this.
few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Why did they get rid of that?
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
Oh, I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
As CFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales, they'll be our first LCP champion.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Welcome back to the LCP. We just had a fantastic BO3 between Relove DCG and DFM, where DCG took it in a convincing 2-0 sweep. But Carrix, we have a VCS derby to look forward to.
That we do. GAM taking on MVK. It's the Vietnamese battle. As you said, we're so excited because this is a really important one. These are two teams that are really vying for that third slot at Worlds.
Yeah, exactly. We're here in Split 3. We're coming to the end of the year of professional League of Legends, and the LCP has a total of 3 slots to Worlds. We had 1 to First Stand, 2 to MSI, so now is your time to put your best foot forward, because if you don't, if you put your worst foot forward instead, you could be relegated out of the LCP entirely, unless, of course, you are a partner team here in the LCP. So it's really crunch time for a lot of these teams here. And GAM Esports, I know their aspirations are Worlds, Carrix.
Yeah, their aspirations are absolutely Worlds. They talk about it all the time, but we are just moments away from the players hitting the stage and showing us exactly what they can do. I know I'm excited for it, but I get excited for just about every game that the LCP gives us.
That's
好的，欢迎回来。今天的下半场比赛一样来自 VCS 赛区的2支队伍的内战，由 MVK 出战 GAM。在昨天的比赛当中 ，GAM 因为一时大意而错失了2-0的机会，来到了这个对决的死亡之组哦。今天能不能一扫昨天的阴霾呢？马上欢迎双方选手进场。上路 ，Kratos， 皮亚亚。 打野 Guri Jactar， 中路 Chica Glory。 下路 Harky Artemis， 辅助 Sulong Taki。 教练 Suffer No。 今天还有越南的朋友来到现场帮 GM 加油。You know what time it is? It's GAM time! Yeah!
It's GAM time! However, MVK would like to argue the opposite, as Guri is also one of the 2 players who will be representing MVK on that 2v2 to fight it out for right of first selection. That said, GAM, they're taking this one seriously, Carrix. They've put together Artemis and Taki, the bot and support of GAM here. What do you make of this one? I read it as GAM wants the win.
I mean, we know how GAM approaches these 2v2s. They get in there, they get them done. They send whoever they think gives them the best chance of winning. I completely agree, but they fight early, they fight hard. We love to see it for sure. I always hope they pick something fun, because as always, I think where you are in draft is pretty important.
Yeah, look, I mean, draft matters a lot. Whether you go first pick or second pick, right? If you go second, you get to choose 2 champions first. If it's not, you know, it gives priority, it gives strength in 2 of those lanes, whereas unless of course you want to go for the bot lane duo. So I do like that second pick, but then if your opponents who love a jungle objective like MVK, they might want to go red side, and if you get right of first selection, you could take that away from them. So it really is pivotal on earning these rights of first selection here. Because in the LCP, this is the way we determine it. These 2v2s on the Howling Fjord in the bridge of death and destruction. It's where heroes are made and champions are culled. As Elise and Varus banned away by MVK. I like the Elise ban. We see her a lot.
Yeah, she's really strong. She definitely does a lot of damage, and having just 6 abilities is really strong, it turns out, in 2v2s. Let's see where they actually end up going as the bans are all in.
I mean, it looks like they agree with you too. How many abilities does Hui have? Because I'm pretty sure it's even more than 6. So they're like, you know what? Yeah, we don't want you having more than 4 abilities. Please and thank you. Banning that long range mage of Hui. And ooh, MVK, they've got the lane bully Darius.
Yeah, okay. Just getting a flash pull, put a miasma under them. We love to see it as Belveth and Lysandra for GAM. An interesting pairing, to say the least.
Interesting and potentially effective in the hands of these pro gamers. I know if it was given to me, I would whiff it, and I would expect that because I am a Silver 2 player support main, by the way, for all of you out there. And if I can do this, you can too. Please don't take my job. But we are on the 2v2 Rift, and we'll see what it is. I like the Ignite for Darius. That speaks of aggression. The Ghost from Haki, a lot of move speed innately there, and the Cleanse coming out of Artemis, actually. It's an interesting pick.
Yeah, it is an interesting one, but makes sense when you're playing around a lot of what Lysandra can do. So just squaring up at the moment, looking for it. Darius dressed for the occasion. Got his jumper on, the Woad Warrior, I think it is.
I mean, you got to look your best, right? Everybody knows when you equip your skin, you get a 1% damage buff, and every single percentage matters here. Is Artemis just getting poked down a little gooey, still in his bushes. They're just zoning GAM away from these creeps, from these minions, and Taki trying to get a little something done, but I like what's happening here. We've got double Dorian's rings on that Lysandra, on that Cassiopeia, so they've gone for damage, whereas this Darius has gone for the health gem. Ooh.
Just a bit of poke. Artemis taken down to half from just a few spells, showing the early spell rotations are very, very scary from this duo.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely got the health bar advantage. Lysandra having no health potions left as well for Artemis is not a place you want to be in. There's MVK, they steal the health boost there from GAM, so another advantage gained as they try and crash a massive wave in here, because one of the win conditions for this 2v2 is if you take your opponent's turret first, you just win. Or if you kill both of them first, you win. The first team to get to 2 kills, sorry, correction there. And I mean, right now, the rate MVK are just chipping away at GAM's health bars. It's looking very favored toward them.
It certainly is, but the all-in from GAM is nothing to sneeze at. If they can get to level 6, if they can be comfortable enough to just go for it. Of course, playing around Darius level 6 is not super easy. But at the moment, it's just going to be resets coming in. Everyone just getting back up to full health.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what you want, right? You want full health when you go into these fights, because if you don't have full health, that means you don't have full health and you're more than likely gonna die, because, you know, that 1% could make all the difference. That's what we were talking about, as some of these buys are coming through. A lot of doubling up on items here, actually, Carrix. You look at Artemis, that's 2 amp tomes, 2 Doran's rings, 2 Doran's blades on Taki, as well as a longsword.
Ooh, just a bit more trading. They're still just going back and forth.
And it's like a dance, right? Ooh.
Oh, hang on. Guri in trouble, but gets a big heal from that Q. He will live, and they will die.
MVK take the 2v2 here tonight and have earned themselves the right of first selection. And that was off the back of GAM aggression into them. So a great response there. Really, really good hands. And that's the duo bot lane of GAM as well. That was Artemis, that was Taki. So they usually have a fantastic synergy. And for MVK to be able to outplay that is spectacular. But I don't want to blow too much smoke yet. It was just a 2v2. I'm pretty sure they just like to have a bit of fun with that one. And it should not be any indicator, or you should not take away anything for that for the upcoming 5v5. Because let's take a quick reminder for the folks at home here. This is the 1 win, 1 loss bracket, right? These teams, they're fighting to stay in contention for playoffs. If you go 3-0 immediately, you're into playoffs, right? That's where Team Secret Whales and CFO are sitting right now. They're both 2-0. On the other side, SSG and GZ, they're 0-2. If you go 0-3, you're knocked out of playoffs contention. But this pool that we're watching tonight, both of our back-to-back BO3s, they're 1-1. Obviously, they want to go on that upward trajectory. You don't want to go down. Yeah, you've got another chance, but you still don't want to do that. And like we said pre-draft, it's all because Worlds is on the line. The biggest international of the year. It matters, dare I say, the most. But enough about the future. Right here, right now, Lock has been banned away.
Makes sense. Chica had a fantastic performance on that champion when it did get through, so don't let him have another one. As Shen banned away as well, MVK could be setting up for a first pick Camille if GAM wants to let that through. They won't have the obvious counter.
Yeah, no Vayne, no Shen, so Camille, or as I've been referring to her, the Lee Sin of support, is kind of free and open and available if she wants to. But I mean, we've seen Leona's rise up against her. We've seen Nautilus's rise up against her as well. So it's not like you're not without answers. They're just typically a little bit slower. So Camille will have some impact elsewhere, just typically not in that bot lane where she's obviously picked for. Orianna banned by MVK. They do not want to give Glory that monstrous mage in the mid lane because she is still so strong. She is still so oppressive. She has been, I think this is like her third split now, Carrix, where she's just literally the #1 mid lane pick.
Yeah, it's a good champion for sure. And of course, it's very, very just dominant. It's just been unstoppable as Cassiopeia comes in. What did GAM answer with? Wouldn't be surprised to see them getting the Camille themselves.
I mean, yeah, you just called it, nailed it right on the noggin there. Is Camille, is Lee Sin. They've got the Lee Sin of support and they've got the Lee Sin of the jungle Lee Sin. I'm loving this for Drakthar. This is a scary combo that they've already put together. This is some serious backline dive. MVK, I'm wondering now, will they pivot and try and get some disengage, try and get some meaty frontliners that GAM will struggle through and Poppy, that steadfast presence could do so much work here, Carrix.
Yeah, it really can. It's a great counter into the first 2 picks from GAM. This is a champion that often gets banned out in second phases. MVK not giving them that chance. We'll just select it now. Just making it happen. Vi as well. This does show a little bit of where things are going. Poppy almost certainly a support now, but not bad to just lock away a high tier jungler.
I mean, look, last year we saw Bouse with Lethality Vi in the top lane. That Vi could go top lane.
I don't think we should be basing anything on what Bouse does.
Unfortunately, I think I agree with you there, much to Bouse's detriment. That jungle Vi will be its home and Poppy will go in the support lane. But that Cassiopeia, it remains to be seen where she will go. With that Syndra picked up too, I mean, where do these mages go now in this mage meta? Do they go in the mid? Do they go in that bot lane? we will see when we get a couple more of these picks. But before we get to them, we've got that second round of bans. I like the Akali ban. She has been rising up in that bot lane as an answer to the mid laners that rotate down there. Nah, a fantastic ban away as well. Every top laner worth their salt, especially Kiaya, has a good Nah in their back pocket.
Yeah, he really does. As Akali Varus removed, Nah, as you said, is gone. Still don't know where this Syndra's going. Glory has actually been a really, really prolific Syndra player in the past, so this is a real flex pick, as it often is. Where's this last ban going to go? Wouldn't be surprised to see just another top laner taken away. Maybe you ban out... I mean, yeah, you just ban a top laner. Camille's going support. It's not going to get flexed.
Yeah, I mean, GAM used their last ban on a top laner too.
Okay.
Varus, on the Talia. They really trying to minimize or prevent the chances of a mage going into that bot lane. Maybe that ban will force that Cassiopeia into the mid, as Rumble with that 100% win rate locked in for Kiaya on the top side of GAM. Kiaya, the captain of this squad, will lead the charge and try to take the nexus of MVK. But before that, I was going to say maybe Ziggs will be picked up, as Ambessa will be the answer.
Ambessa makes a lot of sense. This is the pick that people bring to sort of take on the Rumble, not just going the Cassante, which survives. The Ambessa can really try and fight back. That's not surprising that Kratos goes that route. He is a player that really backs himself in a lot of these fights. And Chica will get Rise. MVK has to be fairly happy with how this draft has gone. How does GAM round it out? They're going through a lot of ADCs, maybe saying, look at all these cool characters that we can't play right now.
Or look at all these... Yeah, all of these cool characters that we're going to slam anyway, such as our confidence, such as our traditional draft here. As, I mean, was it ever going to be anyone else other than Sivir Carrix? He played it last night.
Yeah, look, if Artemis is going to play a traditional ADC, it's going to be Sivir. He loves this champion. He gets so much work done. I also think it's really good into the draft that MVK has. I think MVK may have read that as a Syndra bot lane. Sivir doesn't really care about steadfast presence from Poppy. She doesn't have any dashes. It doesn't do anything. Is able to farm up, be pretty happy in this lane. Cassiopeia is not a real kill threat. Overall, I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, Spell Shield will work wonders against that Cassiopeia, against that Rise. And because it's Camille Sivir with that excellent wave clear, more than happy to be left alone. So that Camille will be unlocked and be a menace across the rest of that rift. That said, Poppy, no slouch with that steadfast presence, that extra move speed means Poppy can try and almost keep up with the Camille. So I like both of these support picks. That Poppy was a fantastic choice early in that draft into the double sort of dash combo that had been drafted by GAM Esports, but really looking forward to this one. GAM with the traditional draft, they've got the AD carry on the bot side, they've got the mage in mid, but MVK Esports, they've got that Cassiopeia and hopefully the answers to GAM's draft here.
We'll have to see, as Summoner's Rift is here, and MVK needs to answer a lot of questions to get the one up over GAM. Early on, it's just a ward cleared out. The perfect start. Artemis gaining at value 0 gold. That's what we love.
Yeah, but I do love to see that. As chosen of the Wolf Ambessa is probably like the second most chosen skin for an Ambessa. Drakthar, though, doing a good job to clear that ward away. Snow Day Syndra, so wholesome. You love to see it as Prestige Mythmaker Sivir on that bot side. One of Artemis's favorite skins. We see him on it nearly every single game here, Carrax, and they waste no time. One of the changes that came through in 2026 that I really do love is those minion waves spawning that much faster, right? Like, invades are so much less likely because if you do invade and you fail, it's so much more punishing. So we just get to see, like, the supports go topside, drop some wards and recall run bot, or just a normal gentlemanly meetup in your lane.
Oh, Chica popping Ghost here. Reckons he's got it onto Glory. Needs to land one more overload. Can't quite do it, but does get a lot of health prior.
Yeah, really well done there. Still has that healing pot rolling as well, whereas Glory, with no healing pot, will have to play very, very carefully. And so early in the game, as a coach comes through already, Carrick's crazy early.
SOFM just coming in just to say hi 2 minutes in. An interesting decision, no doubt, but no doubt some, sage wisdom to impart as Artemis and Taki are getting a good shove on this bot lane, just making things a little bit harder for MVK.
I mean, that's what you want to do, right? You don't want to make the game easy for your opponents. You want to make it as hard as possible. As Shulong trying to get that passive proc off from Poppy, that ranged shield, that bonk to get some of that support gold here too. Taki, though, level 3. I mean, already late to roam. Normally these supports are roaming at level 2. Taki will get a little bit of vision on Shulong, a little bit of chip damage, and that is okay. But both junglers are on the bot side of the map here, expecting, I dare say, the roam. And GAM might be making it to the mid first. Shulong, though, will spot it out.
Yeah, but the steadfast presence is pretty good. Can't engage on that Poppy.
Yeah, no, that was a 2-for-1 double deal. If I'm Poppy, I'm all...
hang on. The stun lands. Taki is here, but it's just going to be annoying, Chica, as Camille's just standing there menacingly.
Right? SOFM is using his second coach com already. I almost feel like he wants to bust out the...
Oh, hang on. There's no steadfast presence this time. And they strike first. They strike hard. Glory gets first blood.
Yeah, Shulong goes down, stays a little too long. GAM's aggression rewarded, and at 3.5 minutes, they're 1k gold up over MVK here. And right now, they've got CS advantage in that mid. It's only a wave, but Drakthar on the board too with that assist, helping with that kill. You love to see it, that kill participation already high, already strong for so many members of GAM. And it was all set up from the previous play. Even Chica popping his own ghost, he just didn't have as many tools to stay around in that mid lane to keep up with Shulong, and GAM just punish it really, really well.
As there is a low health bar here. I don't think Taki's going to be able to get close enough, as Haki is able to get back, but Artemis leaves the lane slowly pushing towards him.
I wonder if, okay, so you know how doors have push-pull? Why can you never No, you can. You can pull waves towards you. I mean, yeah, it's 15 seconds till Drake, but you can pull a wave towards you, right? Because I've seen supports. They run out and they'll grab the aggro of a wave and then they'll drag it back down and then dip into a bush. Ooh, a lot of pings on bot side.
Yeah, Taki does just walk his way out, though. Still has that Camille passive to negate some damage. Drakthar doesn't want to take that Q because he will just get steadfast presence.
Exactly, which is so good, right? The moment that Poppy was picked into the first 2 of GAM, which was Camille Lee Sin, it was that is such an excellent pick, and it's already proving its value, getting that 2-for-1 earlier, despite Shulong going down. I really do think it's a sign of the rest of the game here, but Glory, he's getting a good CS advantage over Chica. He has the single largest gold lead. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, just farming a little bit more of that Syndra passive up, just trying to hit 2 spells at a time, so he can slowly transcend his abilities. Drakthar tags up Dragon. They know who's in the area, but MVK look like they're not as interested in this one.
It's funny, when you said ascend, I was like, angel ascension music and come from the heavens and all this sort of stuff. As Drakthar trying to do the scuttle and the Drake at the same time. GAM jockeying for priority in this bot side. Taki getting some nice chip damage down, but I don't think it'll be anything to worry about. They're just buying space. They're buying time for Drakthar to take down this first Drake of the game. And it feels kind of weird to say, right? Drake spawned at 5 minutes. This is one of the faster Drakes we've seen recently, Carrick's, because a lot of the time they're waiting for the Drake and Grubs to be up at the same time and force that split decision. But I like this energy from Drakthar. He's like, waiting be darned, waiting be goshed. I'm going to get the Drake and the Grubs.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good decision, just recognizing that he has prio basically everywhere. Rumble can just get prio whenever he wants. You just overheat, you walk at your lane opponent. No one can trade into an overheated Rumble, so he just pushes it in, just gets prio. Drakthar can be wherever he wants. Same on the bot side, where Sivir is just going to be able to shove waves. You throw boomerangs, you spend your mana. You don't mind at all. And I've been watching Sivir be played. I've been playing some Sivir on League Classic, and she is Riot's perfect creature because she's barely changed.
I was going to say, what, you think she's like the best champion? But no, your point about barely changed says a lot, right? And it's the same with sharks and crocodiles in the real world. They have not changed in hundreds of millions of years, and they are the apex predators in their environment. And Sivir, piloted by Artemis, I mean, it doesn't take much to go back to the week 1 of split 2 of the LCP. And Artemis's double penta in one game, followed up by his triple in the next. And 2 of those pentas were on Sivir. He loves this champion.
Glory is slowed up but able to scatter the weak. Taki's here, just covering at the moment. This is just a battle for lane position more than any kills. And it's come out GAM's way.
GAM just playing patiently, though. Drakthar is here, gets ignited for the vision, but the steadfast presence will prevent anything else happening. GAM, though, they have the health bar advantage here, but look at the vision. GAM can see if MVK make any plays from any direction, so they're moving confidently. They're moving like a team with all of the knowledge, and that's all they need.
Realm Warp coming in on top of a Viol. This is a lot of damage here. Can they find their way out of this? This is an excellent petrifying gaze as well. Nothing Glory can do. Taki must just flash over the wall as he's going to be pursued by Guri. Artemis's reinforcement should get his support to safety. Drakthar flashing as well. MVK, they win the fight.
Yeah, they get 1 kill onto Glory there, and I kind of love the cheek of it, right? Glory takes that scuttle crab, and Guri goes, you cannot have it. Ultimate's Glory goes deep because Glory flashes even further away, and then Glory loses his life for daring to take that scuttle crab away. I like the play of it. I like the story as Drakthar spots out Guri on these Void Grubs. Guri grabs the one, TP committed. It doesn't look like this will be a fight, though, as GAM, they're bringing more members quicker, and MVK just back off. After Glory went down, though, yeah, you go.
Sorry, I was going to say, they're happy to split the Grubs, but please do continue. As we've got
Yeah, I do love a good replay here. Look at that massive wave, by the way. That keeps Artemis in that bot lane a little longer. And here it is. Guri goes into Glory, and the rest of MVK follow up. That Scat of the Week not getting on to Haki critically, because he was most of the damage there. And then chasing Drakthar, who tries to aggress back onto Haki, is forced to flash away. I mean, that one kind of feels a little odd there, but they're back to live. And what I was saying is that, yeah, they got the kill on Glory, but GAM still maintained a 1,000 gold lead at the 10-minute mark. Now, though, it has decreased. GAM, 2 Grubs, a Drake, vision control through the river, which is really, really nice. And MVK, they've got 45 seconds before the second Drake of the game.
Yeah, and they will not be the greatest position to fight it, as they've got 2 members of their team going for that Rod of Ages. It's not super strong component-wise. The Catalyst of Aeons, it's not a bad item by any means, but it's not an item you necessarily want to pull an early fight with. Wouldn't be too surprised to see MVK stay away from this one unless they have just really good vision control. Their vision at the moment is quite good. Drakthar doesn't know he's hatching a ward, as Kratos is taking some damage, but not going to go under the tower against public execution.
Yeah, and then MVK on the other side, they're going for the Scuttle Crab, right? This bot side Scuttle Crab, it's spawned, they get the vision, they know that that Drake is there, so they'll see if GAM decide to go for anything around that one. Kiaya has that top lane.
Ooh, Chica in trouble. Chica taken down. Glory will get himself another kill. And if it wasn't already obvious which way the dragon was going, it's pretty obvious now. Artemis does have to burn the ult to get away, so he'll struggle to participate in this fight.
Yeah, great timing on the kill from GAM. They get that mid-side priority, but on the bot side, MVK push Artemis away. So it almost feels like it was kind of for nothing now because the fight's equal again. Drakthar, Glory, Taki here, though. Ooh,
Taki just
very
having a look. Just having a look.
Yeah. And sometimes that's all it takes, a cheeky little look-see just to try and get something done, but MVK are taking recalls. This is an intelligent heads-up decision, right? They're like, we don't need to fight this. We don't need to lose. Let's reset, buy up, and come back out onto the Rift. So I like this call. I think this will pay dividends for MVK later on as we go back to this replay. Around this river entrance, Taki so patient on that top side river. But MVK, they've rotated down the bottom. They want this Drake. And this is a long replay, actually, because now MVK, they're going to rotate back up to that mid lane where Taki has been waiting this whole entire time. GAM are letting Chica walk up, and it's a good engage from Taki into that Hextech ultimatum. Scatter the weak. Drakthar does the damage, and down he goes. It was that patience and that vision control out of GAM.
So cheeky. Oh, Taki, I love you. Just ignites him to stop the recall. Just being annoying. Exactly what you want out of your support.
Well, yeah, right, exactly. And I mean, Camille is one of the best to get in there and interrupt those resets and make good their escape. And it's so much value. I love the ignite, but I love the emotes that followed even more. He knows exactly what he did there. And ignite's not the longest cooldown summoner spell, so happy to trade that one away. But we look at individual gold leads.
Ooh, hang
Artemis,
on, more, but Glory's okay.
Yeah, very nicely done there. Artemis has 1,000 gold up over Haki, despite only having a 10 CS advantage, has completed that Essence Reaver into the Rod of Ages from Chica and Haki. So Artemis is, he's scaling up pretty well here, Carrix.
Yeah, exactly. Just made the early call to just go for the cull. Is just going to try and farm, do the 400 CS Sivir win condition that we've seen back in the day. It's still effective. As I said, Riot's perfect creature has not evolved in 10 million seasons. Just doing the same thing that Sivir always has done. And Artemis is making an art form out of it.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're so well practiced, when you're so well versed in this champion, and look at the gold too. He's out farming everybody. Top 4 gold earners are GAM, and you guessed it, GAM, and your supports, you're kind of okay with them being a bit lower as the scuffle for vision control around this Rift Herald has broken out. Rift Herald up in 5 seconds, but Guri in the area, clearing out his Gromps there. I want to see the top laners get involved. They're both 0-0-0-0. As is Artemis, actually, now that I do take a look at those stats. The first big team fight, surely it has to happen around either the Rift Herald or this third Drake of the game. I'm going to call it on the Drake.
Yeah, I definitely don't think you want to let them get to Soul Point just for free. I think you do want to fight around it. I think at that time you'll be getting closer to relevant items on your damage dealers. As Kratos is in trouble, flashing away. There's a public execution, and Kiaya is not gonna win it.
Damn, Kiaya over-aggressed into Kratos, and Kratos punishes him very well under that tower. On the top side, though, the Rift Herald, MVK, they've got the numbers, they've got the priority, and nothing GAM can do about it here as they clear the vision and GAM step back. But I want another look at that. Oh, no.
Oh, they could... I mean, they're just fighting back and forth, just scrapping. It's actually a very low kill game, but I wouldn't say it's low action. As We have a look at this replay, and it is Kiaya at the end just overestimating his damage and not flashing the public execution.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely should have not flashed in rather and just let Kratos get away there, I think. But, you know, they're bloodthirsty, they're kill-thirsty, all 3v1 topside.
Yeah, they're going to go in, they're going to get revenge as Kratos will go down, and this time Kiaya brought friends.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. I was like, oh, I want to see these top laners get involved. And then they have a 1v1 where Kratos solo bolos Kiaya, and then suddenly GAM call in the Avengers in 3v1 Kratos in return because they know Kratos didn't have the flash from the previous 1v1 with Kiaya. So a great use as they take that top lane tier 1 and the first turret of the game. But here it is again. So Glory steps forward on this Syndra, clears that wave out, and makes out like he's going to go for that recall. Kratos steps up. Glory, vision control, Taki with the patience. Taki has just been nothing but patience. Spotted out on the ward. That's okay. I'll clear the ward. I'll fake the recall. Kratos, though, steps too far. The angle from Taki, I love it. He went down and back up into Kratos, which many would argue was his only way, but it really pinched Kratos in. Big fight, though, breaking out around this third Drake, and the Herald has been dropped for Cryo.
Yeah, but MVK, they have full positioning on this. This Drake is just going to go down without a fight.
I think this is a good idea from GAM.
Sleeping.
Yeah, don't give away too much, but they also kind of had to answer that Rift Herald aggression. And this is something that has fallen off, but I really like to see is the timing of that Rift Herald drop. You've got a critical Drake coming up that you need to take. Drop the Rift Herald in mid, get that prio, play bot side.
Kiaya does manage to get away at first. The Rune Prison is there. There's a lot of damage bearing down on him under the tower, but just managing to juke it out. There was no wave there. He manages to live.
Yeah, I do love that he literally just walked sideways. It feels like a little bit of timing offset, a little difference there from Chica and Kratos. If one had landed the stun, the other would have, you know, done the job, would have laid that CC, but unfortunately it was not to be. They knew Kiaya didn't have that flash, so they commit that Realm Warp and the public execution whiffs. So Kiaya just, yeah, literally able to walk that one out. Has picked up a needlessly large rod, as has Glory. So some serious AP damage coming out, and there's not much MR on the side of MVK. Yeah, there's a lot of Merc treads, and Ambessa building that sort of Hex Drinker to mitigate the magic damage, but it may not be enough toward this late game.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a bit of a tricky one to call here because, as you said, like, scaling is coming in. There are 2 Rod of Ages ticking up. Chica and Haki are only going to get stronger and stronger. So will Glory and Artemis. Don't get me wrong. Sivir is an incredible scaling champion, as is Syndra. But these late game fights are going to be unbelievably explosive. The Poppycopter called off.
Yeah, 3v2 here on that bot side, though. Might still be looking for something. We saw that resonating strike get thrown out there by Drakthar. Top side, however, Kiaya drops the equalizer to clear the wave. He doesn't want MVK getting this turret. He wants to punish them because on the bot side, GAM, because of the overload, they take the bot side tier 1. And yes, the equalizer from Kiaya, it was enough. He's back out on the Rift. And MVK, they will have to try again. However, the Baron is up. GAM is 3k up. 2 Grubs, 2 Drakes to 1. Right now, they're in charge. They're in control. But MVK just need one good fight.
Oh, they've got a catch here onto Taki. The Petrifying Gaze is used. It's not particularly effective. In goes Drakthar. Sulong zoned away, so the Steadfast Presence just can't come in. He goes down, and it started with a good pick for MVK, but it ended with a win for GAM.
I mean, Taki didn't even die, so they didn't even get
it's
that
not
pick.
over. Oh, Drakthar finds the movement, finds the dance moves, and boots Taki into his team.
Yeah, I mean, nice to get that one off the back end of that fight as well. Drakthar had the angle, went deep. They get 2 kills and the mid tier 1. They've cracked open the lanes of MVK. GAM free to advance deep into the jungles of MVK now. The Drakthar just goes straight back to farming, and we take another look at this. Taki walking up. As I was saying, all it takes is one good fight. Taki is able to get out of this using that flash, that little bit of shielding from Drakthar. Drakthar aggressing forward though, and GAM's response, swift and firm. Here though, 4 of them against 2, they're determined to push this turret. Drakthar finds an angle, the ward hop back behind, delivers Haki into the waiting arms, and just love seeing that play as Drakthar, oh, he steals a grump away from Guri as well, just to add insult to injury there. But now 4.5k gold lead, Carrix.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible play from Drakthar, opening the map up completely. The leads are becoming more and more relevant. 1.5 in the mid lane, 2.2k in the bot. It's getting a little bit dire for MVK. They need to find their way back in. They need to find their one good fight. What they are doing well is they're getting to objectives early. 30 seconds on this dragon. They have control of the bottom river. They should be able to get a little bit of vision up. They haven't quite brought Sulong over yet, but he'll be there in just moments, I'm sure, to make things hard. But oh, on the hunt is used. That was a little bit of a miss there by GAM.
Yeah, but I also think MVK respected the use of it. They backed away, right? Which has created priority, which has created space for GAM, and it's bought them time. As Guri here is just clearing out vision around this Baron, but yeah, getting no... Ooh. Hex Flash. I was worried that Hex Flash was going to come over and make a play, but because they got all that space in the mid lane, they send Drakthar down to the bot side to take this Drake. You see the blue question mark pings coming down. They are aware. They know what's happening. Realm Warp. Oh, God.
Ooh, there's a Realm Warp here. There is a secure. Drakthar not able to steal away the Drake and will lose his life for it. It's traded for Sulong, but you take that trade if you're MVK. They keep the Dragons going in their favor.
Yeah, 1 for 1, and it will be a Chemtech Soul when whichever team nails that 4th Drake. And Sulong, the support, goes down for the jungler of GAM. And like you said, every single day, every single time, you will take that, especially if you get the Drake off the back of it. And here's their read, right? They see it, they're pinging it out, they spot it, immediate Realm Warp. And they're right between GAM. GAM just don't have the numbers in the area. The Poppy ult only lands onto 1 and is punished, but damage done. Jungler gone, jungle objective gone. I love that play from MVK.
Yeah, I love it too. I think all MVK fans are pretty hyped that one went well, but still, 3.7k gold is the difference. That 2 Rod of Ages ticking over, though, actually nullifies a lot of that. That's not going to be shown on the gold graph, but that is a lot of power now unlocked for those 2 AP threats from MVK.
100%. I mean, it's a full level up, which is, you know, a lot of experiences, a lot of stats, and stats have gold equivalency. So it is good to see them do that. 2 items on that Vi, that Black Cleaver, that Sundered Sky, to punch through the armor as well. But it's not like there's much armor on the side of GAM. We do see that Bessa with the Shojans, with the Eclipse, a lot of trading power too. And, you know, as is expected with supports, they've both got 1 completed item. They're big, chillin', but Artemis has got himself some anti-heal as well, right? Some shield cut, because that Eclipse does provide some shielding, and both Chica and Haki, their items give them shields as well. So I do like this itemization coming out of Artemis. He still gets a crit, he still gets some offensive stats out of it, whilst also bringing some utility. But 25 minutes into the game, Carrix, Baron still alive. This is unusual for the LCP.
Yeah, no one able to find the angle. There's a Sivir ult being used again, but MVK are able to just take a step back. GAM not able to connect.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this second ult now. Obviously the first time... Ooh.
Oh, I mean, that is an interesting equalizer, but Harky takes about half his health. Good knock away from the Poppy. The first kill does come in. Sulong being chased out, publicly executed, is the Syndra. 2 for 1 at the moment. Kratos flashing over the wall. But 3 of them do get away.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of them dead though, 2 for 1, so GAM do have the advantage right now. They still have 1 more member standing. The bot lane of MVK taken down. GAM though, 4K gold lead at 26 minutes, and they're trying to press their advantages here. As we see it again, they see Guri and they collapse. The equalizer, it doesn't land on anyone, but I see the vision. It was trying to zone MVK towards GAM, but MVK respond really, really well. Taki on his own, Glory forced to flash over the wall and has no escape when MVK collapse. Kiaya and Drakthar find their way into it, but it was never really a true 5v5 though, and Guri knows that this Baron is the next big, juicy objective. He keeps coming back here. He keeps trying to clear that vision out, but I really, really like that. He doesn't want GAM getting one for free. Another thrill.
Yeah, this time it's going to connect. Harky feeling the pain. Taki will spot out Guri as well. They don't have an engage angle on him, but it does look like now GAM are turning their eyes towards Baron.
Yeah, I mean, Haki is a lot of the damage of MVK as well, so they should feel comfortable. They should feel more confident here. Kiaya still on that bot side, does have TP available if MVK choose to respond. They are in the area. They're sweeping forwards. Guri does have a flank angle. He's posturing the recall, though, as Kiaya TP's in. GAM really want this Baron here, Carrix.
The Baron getting lower and lower. 3,000 health. This should be an easy secure now, as finally, the Baron goes down and GAM find a major objective.
Yeah, 28 minutes into the game, that Baron taken away by GAM, and it's great timing too because it's 10 seconds before the next Drake. So GAM racing back out onto the Rift. Guri will get there first. We'll get some vision down to be able to see that Chemtech Drake. All of the pings have lit up on Summoner's Rift. This could be an explosive fight because this is like another win condition. I almost think GAM should just snowball in the middle and press their Baron advantage, but they want the Drake.
Ooh, Taki finds his way in, gets that ultimatum down. Chica is gone. The scaling threat of the Rise off the map. This is GAM securing themselves the Dragon, and they are pulling away with this lead.
Yeah, 5.5k over to GAM now. 410 kills to GAM as well. 3-2 turrets in GAM's favor. They are in control right here. They secure themselves their 3rd Drake of the game. They're on Soul Point, and it all came off the back of that Taki engage. They have to be careful though. They don't have vision. Good ward from Drakthar as Artemis sets him up to take it down. The pings all through that mid wave. It looks like MVK, they want to try and take this mid tier 1 because the map, it's still not as open to them as it is for GAM. They've got 2 members on this bot side. That overheated Rumble doing work with those Baron empowered minions, and look at them rotate, Carrix. All of GAM have rushed to this bot side. MVK, they need to be careful defending here.
They really do. There's a flank from Guri, but not the most effective one, as it is just going to be that cannon slowly chipping away at the tower. If they can break the base, they'll be really, really happy. Chica able to step up. They'll clear out this wave. This might be GAM forced to back off, as the Baron buff has only got that 1 minute left.
Yeah, look, I really like this call from GAM. I don't want them to repeat what they did last night where they got over eager, they over forced, and they just ended up giving the game back to CFO. It's these patient, controlled plays I feel that matter the most in these critical moments, not to over-aggress, overplay your hand to be punished. So I like the call from GAM to just rally around that bot side, MVK to defend, and GAM go, you know what, we're fine. We've got so much value already. Our Baron power play is at 2.8k and climbing with 20 seconds left. So they're just going to clear away this vision control and push out these waves. And Artemis is doing it very safely too, not exposing himself, but empowering the Baron. Oh, Shulong.
Ooh, Shulong trying to get it done. Does get a good knockaway with the ult. A huge petrifying gaze out of Haki. They're able to immediately take down Artemis. Taki's still floating around this fight, but so low that it's hard for him to get anything else done. He can't. He just goes down to Guri. MVK find a fight. Get a 3-for-0.
Yeah, really well done there by MVK. I mean, GAM, it feels like they thought they caught Shulong there, but really Shulong was baiting them in because the rest of MVK were already in the area. It is unfortunate timing, though, because there's no objectives on the map. There is a lot of standing gold in these towers, however, so maybe they'll use this advantage and get some of those towers. As Drakthar, he needs to make good his escape here. Guri has picked up that Guardian Angel as Drakthar still building towards his. So Guri will now be able to dive, much less fearlessly because he knows he's got a free death in his back pocket. But let's take a look at this replay. 3 members of GAM. They thought they found Shulong, but MVK had 2 beneath them and commit the TP, and you can't forget that Poppy ultimate. As Cassiopeia ult connects onto 2, Kiaya charges into the face of them and has to stop watch to get out of this one. Taki, burning his flash, goes down to Guri. Just a really heads-up play there from MVK. Great initiative to pincer GAM, bait them in, and pull that trigger.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good sign there for MVK, keeping themselves in this one. But they need to keep themselves in it for just a little bit longer, at least another minute and 20, where GAM will be looking to claim the Dragon Soul. Could force a trade as well. MVK actually in a really unenviable spot where they have to set up around Dragon because you can't give away Soul, but GAM can just trade it for Baron. Losing the Dragon isn't that big a deal. It doesn't give MVK very much other than denying it, but they can just get a Baron.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Baron is definitely what you want instead of a Drake, especially if it's not giving over that soul. But MVK, they do have 2 chem Drakes to their name, so they're building those resistances up. It could be significant. It could add up if they get that 3rd. But I want to point out Kratos for a second. Kratos has nearly 70 CS up over Kiaya. Kratos is a full level ahead and 2.7k. If GAM can find and kill Kratos early in one of these fights, it would be a massive swing in their favor. Conversely, though, if MVK can get onto either Glory or Artemis, my goodness, MVK will be right back in this game as there is a scuffle for priority for vision control. Then Drake is up in 3 seconds' time.
MVK are going to trade here. They're going to go for Baron. They give up Dragon Soul. This will give them a few minutes of massive, massive power. But if they don't break the back of GAM while this buff persists, then you're just playing into Soul for the rest of the game.
Yep, and there it is. Chemtech Soul. So much tenacity, healing, and shield power. And I mean, I would argue it's not the best Soul for GAM, right? They've got the Sundered Sky. They've got a little bit of shielding in Kiaya, but it's not like they're built around healing. I mean, arguably, though, Drakthar with the Death Stance too has a lot. But I like that MVK went for that Baron because they're behind on these turrets. They're behind on these objectives. If they can get some waves pushed out, which right now they don't, they could claw back some of the gold diff. I mean, they've already cut GAM's gold lead by 1,000. It's now down to 2.4k. And here's the thing, Carrix. These games tonight, they've been pretty close to the point where one team fight would be all it would take.
Yeah, exactly. Not a lot between these teams for sure. I certainly agree.
We do see Kratos here clearing out this mid-tier 1 wave, though, just trying to get that priority, just trying to get that pressure. And here it is. MVK, they've managed to shove some waves in. They're managing to get value out of this Baron, ushering these cannon minions in. So really good job from them to get some extra value. A minute and a half left. They've got 1.6k on that Baron. But look at that juicy objective timer at the top left. We're going to get an Elder and a Baron at the exact same time. And oh my goodness, I have to imagine there will be a big fight around the Elder. Like if it's an Elder or a Baron, it's Elder every time because Elder lets you win the fight. Elder lets you win the game. Baron, it's okay to siege. Like, okay, cool. But it's still defensible.
Yeah, 100%. MVK, they did take the Baron half of the last trade, so when this Elder spawns, GAM will be fighting with a Chemtech soul buff. MVK's Baron will not last until then, but what Baron does do is just let them get more gold onto these carries, onto Rise, onto Cassiopeia, and the scaling may well be enough, even though the gold deficits are pretty dire.
Yeah, I mean, the gold is 1.8k, but most of the gold for GAM is on Artemis, whereas Kratos and Guri have their gold. So really strong top side for MVK, really strong mid through bot side for GAM. So these team fights, they're still fairly even, trying to get as much value out of this Baron as possible with 10 seconds left. Chip away at this top side tier 2. Glory has responded, and it is 3 minutes, dare I say, Carrix, before the next big fight. There it goes. 2.8k. Baron power play finished. Great value for MVK. I like the call from GAM though, now that it's done and dusted. They got their soul, they held firm, they still have their mid-tier 2. That said, MVK are now ahead in turrets and they have chipped away at GAM's gold lead. But I think the Chemtech soul is going to prove valuable through these upcoming fights. We're going to see this game get over 40 minutes, Carrix.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a crazy one. There's just looking at items. Artemis is now full build. He finishes the Mercurial Scimitar. Has that, well, I suppose he has one more slot. He's got a ward at the moment, so he could go one more slot, could go something like a Guardian Angel, but 5 full items on a Sivir. He is a full item ahead of Haki.
Which is just crazy to say. I mean, he's 80 CS ahead. That's where most of that gold will be coming from, is Shulong looking to get something started here against GAM, vying for control around this vision, right? We're 2 minutes away from that Elder Baron double feature, the double header, the big show. And both of these teams know it. Both of these teams want that priority. They want that vision control. They want to know what the enemy is doing. And Kratos has even picked up one of those potions. You can see the sparkles coming off of him. When you follow him, you get like a little bit of increased movement speed, I'm pretty sure, that tenacity pot. So I like that pickup because he's level 20, right? He's full build. What else is, no, he's almost full build. What else is he going to spend his gold on right now?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. Can be a pretty hard one to figure out. We'll see as Realm Warp is used. Not taken as there's the engage. Taki throws down the ultimatum. Guri is locked in it, but he's able to find his way onto the backside. A public execution comes in, and the Syndra is gone. MVK are making it work. Kiaya's got the flames on, but it's not enough as the kills rain in. GAM are washed away.
Fantastic engage from MVK. They pop the Realm Warp and then nothing happens from it. So GAM like, oh, now's our time to go in. But Guri's engage onto Glory and the perfect timing of Kratos following up with that public execution. They layered the CC, they layered the damage. They took out the mid laner. Only Drakthar and Taki are alive for another 30 seconds. Surely MVK want to end it here.
Yeah, and I think they will. They just go straight in. Drakthar desperately trying to clear out the wave, has managed to pull it back. He's buying precious seconds, but it's not enough. It's still 7 seconds on any other respawn. MVK, they find their way back in, and on the back of one of the greatest engages I've seen. That's right, jump out of your chair, because you earned that one. They take game one.
MVK take game 1 against GAM Esports here in tonight's best of 3 VCS derby in this Swiss stage, Carrix, and it was all GAM all the way again until the last 2 minutes. It's almost a nightmare for GAM. It's almost the exact same thing that happened in game 2 last night against CFO. They've got to do something to prevent this from happening to them because, I mean, it's rinse and repeat now.
I can't believe they've managed to turn that around. What a final play by MVK. And GAM has to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And quite frankly, I mean, when GAM drafted the Camille and the Lee Sin and then saw that Poppy pick, they surely would have been like, oh, that's not great because, you know, that Poppy was 4th pick after the Lee, after the Camille, and it just shut down so much of what they were trying to do. We saw it in those early stages of the game, but here it is, a total of 21 kills in 40 minutes. That's nearly only half a kill a minute, Carrix. One of the slower kills per game, but MVK, they end 4.3k up and the damage charts tell the tale, but Guri just kept finding great engages onto Glory here on this Vi.
Exactly. I mean, they were just absolutely everywhere. And Drakthar, after a decent early game, went completely silent. Later on, he had some really fantastic plays. I'm sure that one play will be in the highlight reel for the game, but after those, just went quiet. Kiaya, frankly, just didn't land any huge equalizers, and it just let MVK back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even these moments, so these 1v1s on the bot side with Kiaya as well, just not going in their favor. And I do want to talk about Artemis's on the hunts. There was 2 that were very, very questionable. I tried to attribute it, I tried to credit it to spacing, to priority, but ultimately they ended up ineffective, right? They're ineffectual. They didn't get much of anything done. And so I kind of question the value there, the decision-making process or the call made in the moment. Drakthar had some hero plays. Taki had some great engages. It did feel like GAM was running the Rift, but then Kratos came online as well. He was just backline diving with Guri, and there was no target they couldn't kill together.
Yeah, exactly. They were just the dynamic duo across the map. We see in this play, Taki just kind of completely outplayed. This was where it turned, I think. This fight was what got MVK back into it. It wasn't the final nail in the coffin. It was probably the first. As, again, and Sulong on the Poppy, constantly creating space. Taki completely ineffectual after this early game, and every single fight just felt ridiculously MVK favored.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's what happens. You've got the tenacity, you've got the patience. MVK absolutely held on and they got the pick. The same thing happened again yesterday. Drakthar was found, picked, and then CFO ran the game down and ended it right then, right there. Here, this time, it was Guri and Kratos onto the back line, onto Glory. They got that 5v4 straight away. Guri, he only went down with the GA. He gets straight back up and enters the fight again. And in this late stage of the game, in these 5v4s, you win those every day of the week, Carrix.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we'll just have to see how game 2 goes, if GAM can bounce back.
Yeah, and we will be back for game 2 right after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
100 patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Why did they get rid of that?
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Welcome back, summoners.
As CFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales, they'll be our first LCP champions.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Welcome back to the LCP. I'm Logan, that's Carrick, and we will be your guides for the rest of tonight's BO3 between MVK and GAM, but you might not want to listen to us because we had no idea MVK was going to take that game one, Carricks.
No, we did not. And I don't think GAM did either. I think they were feeling pretty comfortable until the last couple of minutes where they saw everything going wrong. But now MVK are in a really, really strong position if they can get another win. They move up to that 2-1 bracket and they are very, very close to playoffs.
Yeah, they find themselves at match point here. As you say, in this 1-1, going to 2-1 would be a relief for MVK. And this is that young squad, this young roster that we've spoken about so many times. They get these creative angles. They get this patient, determined gameplay, and they're able to beat the veterans that are GAM in, I would say, nearly unwinnable positions, right? Because GAM had everything. They had that Chemtech Soul. They had that serious gold lead. They had serious item advantages, and MVK still found the fight because they just had better target prioritization. It was literally Guri plus Kratos diving glory that won them the game. And that's gotta feel rough as glory, especially when you've had a good game, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I think Glory, he played the lane well. He was scaling up, and then unfortunately when push came to shove, he fell apart, was getting caught, was getting taken down in the first few seconds of fights. Needs to bounce back in game 2.
100%. If GAM want to keep their hopes and dreams alive, they need to at least win this game 2, and I'm sure that they would like to reverse sweep MVK here, but I really do like the energy we're seeing out of MVK. I really like the tenacity, the tenaciousness that we're seeing from them, where they're just standing up to these giants of the VCS, these big names that we're used to seeing at the top tier, and they're like, you know what? You're not invincible. You're not as good as you might think you are. We can take you down, and taking them down starts here in the draft. MVK, they ban that Orianna away. They refuse to let Glory get it, but counter to that, GAM ban Locke. Like you said in game 1, they do not want Chica getting that AP mid lane assassin.
Yeah, he's probably not playing that again this split. I'm going to be real. That's getting banned against him consistently unless there's some pretty significant changes coming down the pipeline. Ezreal, Lucian also removed. So 80 carries being taken away. Clearly, these teams are not reading the notes that we're in a mage meta. The ADCs aren't real.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I've been noticing this trend, right? So mages tend to come out in the first game, sometimes in the second game, but if it goes to a third, 9 times out of 10, it reverts to traditional AD carries. So it looks like here in this second game, they might be trying to ban away the AD carries to force another mage in that bot lane game. It could be part of their game plan, but for both of them to be that game plan at the same time, it doesn't really bode that well. I do like the Akali ban because Akali is such a strong answer into any mid laner, whether it goes in the mid or the bot side, and banning J4 away from Drakthar in this pivotal match point game for MVK, so heads up.
Yeah, I mean, but he gets Nocturne instead. So I don't know how upset he is as Nocturne sneaks its way through the draft and Drakthar gets one of his favorite champions.
Yeah, I mean, getting that Nocturne really, really strong. I think this is maybe the second time it's actually made it through the pan phase, and it's been picked up every single time. It is a VCS classic. It is a VCS staple. Can you really call yourself a VCS jungler if you're not good on a Nocturne? Question remains to be answered, but I do like this pickup, and it speaks to comfort. It speaks to strength for Drakthar. However, counter to that, Xin Zhao picked up for Guri.
I like that answer. Xin Zhao is a super comp agnostic champion, does not really need to be picked around. Bard can say the exact same thing. So if this is locked in, MVK, the world is still their oyster, as they can go basically wherever they want with this comp in response to what GAM's going to do.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's up to GAM to force their comp identity. They've already got the Nocturne, so that screams dive. It's hard to imagine any other composition other than a dive working with this. They might go with that Kai'Sa for Artemis. It's not really his favorite champion, but it's a strong dive tool. I like the Nautilus potentially being picked up here with that dredge line, is able to close that distance, get a depth charge on the back line that Drakthar wants to dive. The poke from the Jace can be quite oppressive here, and Olaf just slammed for Kratos.
Yeah, this is the sort of Jace counter pick. If you're going to give up Jace, you bring out the Olaf, can run him down, can win the 1v1s. You can't knock him away with the E. You can't do what Jace wants to do in fights. But it's incredibly volatile. If Drakthar comes up to this lane, if they take down Kratos, he can fall behind really badly.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen it before where an Olaf is in the top lane and they just focus all resources on taking them down. I think it was Pun of Team Secret Whales last week where they kept overloading top. They kept trying to keep him down and it worked for a little while, but he found his way back into that late game. But it's Pun, you know, top diff as you might say, but a few more bans coming through. I like the Talia ban that could flex either that mid or bot side. Vayne to protect the top side for MVK. It's most likely, yeah, I think Vayne against Olaf is good. Seraphine, though, banned away by GAM. They don't want Shulong getting that one, or potentially even Haki, because we have seen Seraphine used as an APC too.
Yeah, exactly. I like these bans. I like pigeonholing a little bit, but Silas left open. He does have decent ults to steal already. Nocturne ult is quite good. Nautilus ult is great. But also bans some picks that could come in. We don't want to pick like big APC ults in the bot lane against a Silas. But in the end, oh, no, they're going back to Silas. There it is. I don't look silly. It does pigeonhole things out. And Artemis just has that locked and loaded. He's going Kai'Sa.
Now, I'm so glad I saw that combo when Nocturne was locked in, and like 3 picks ago I was like, surely we get the Kai'Sa there for that double dive. So I love to see it. I love the commitment to the bit. It doesn't look like MVK have overly much to disengage. Yeah, they've got the Bard, Tempered Fate, they've got the Xinjiao Crescent Guard, but it's not like they can, well, no, you know what? Crescent Guard, it can literally repel the dive. I take that back. Ari, though, also a good diver.
Yeah, and Corki, the last lock-in. This is a pick we haven't seen in ages. Just one of those ADCs that was very dominant for a while, had fallen off. I like it in this comp. It's not super easy to access him. He's going to be able to pump out a lot of damage when this dive comes in. You just press the E, you do a lot of shred. I like this for Haki.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at these compositions, GAM have a extreme dive composition, if I may use that term. I would probably replace Jace with Ornn to get that ultimate over the top, but even then he's no slouch with his poke. But MVK, theirs is a very fast draft as well, so if GAM are able to dive MVK, they're going to be able to reposition very, very quickly and most likely get out of a lot of what GAM want to do here. So do you have a favorite draft out of these two here, Carrix?
I think I'm going to lean towards the GAM comp. Anytime you get Nocturne through onto a Vietnamese jungler, I can't count against that.
And they definitely have more of a clear identity, right? Sometimes the best thing to do is keep it simple, and that's exactly what it looks like GAM's roster will do. It's just dive, dive, dive. The moment Nocturne's ult is off cooldown, I imagine they're going to be setting up. They're going to rip that paranoia, but we are on Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series between MVK and GAM Esports. MVK, they are on match point. They have the advantage here, so it is up to GAM to respond as we take a quick look at these skins. I already know that's the T1 Ari in mid lane.
It sure is. Freljord Silas, also a good pick. As, yeah, just see them going through. I like where both of these drafts have ended up. I do want to see what Chica can do. He doesn't have, like, any lights out crazy ults. He's not into Alistair. He's not into Seraphine, where it's just like, or Malphite, where it's just like, oh, well, GG, Silas carry. But he does have enough that team fights he will be a menace to deal with, but he needs to get to that point without falling behind in lane.
Yeah, and I like his pickup there, that Doran's Helm, to give him that little extra survivability, that little extra sustain against that electrocute Ari of Glories in the mid lane. And while we were looking at that top side, Kratos was on a red ward, so Kiai was just able to play around him very, very easily, as Kratos will miss with that follow-up axe. Kiai level advantage here too. It's all happening in every lane.
It really is. It's also just worth noting, Kratos has gone Ghost Exhaust and burnt his exhaust at level 1. Just to try and take a trade with Kiaya. Didn't really work out. So if we can come up here with a jungler, there is no flash on this Olaf.
Yeah, exactly. Only the Ghost. It may be enough, but Drakthar on that Nocturne, I mean, Nocturne is a fast jungler as well in general. When he runs over that sort of the night, I'm not sure what that skill is, but he throws it down and he moves even faster. So the Ghost will have lesser value into that Nocturne, and Nocturne is strong in the early game, so it can't be underestimated if he comes into that 1v1 or goes that early gank. However, Kiaya does have Kratos hard shoved under the turret, so not overly likely here, as both junglers also in that top side. Oh, good charm.
Oh, Chica has to run away. He'll be sent back to base early on this Silas.
Yeah, good ignite, electrocute proc there from Glory too. Just does so much damage to Chica, forces him to take that recall, TPing straight back out into the midst of GAM here though. Drakthar and Glory in the area. However, they did just see Shulong on that Bard. They know that that could potentially turn into a relatively even team fight, and it's not what you want. That said, Chica only able to pick up that Dark Seal and the refilling potions, so Glory feeling pretty good at 9 CS up as he takes a recall.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Glory has brought Ignite this game. Eschewing the teleport as Artemis and Haki are having the slowest fight ever, but it's Artemis having to burn the flash. He gets away. But I just want to stay. Oh, hang on a second. Sulong, he's going to get himself first blood.
Well, that was a unexpected surprise. I mean, you would absolutely say that flash was worth it. Flashing forward does Shulong, takes out Artemis, secures the first blood, and gets that first blood bounty along with it. And that's the power of the Bard, just being able to move so quickly, close out these attempted kills here as we see it happen one more time. Artemis went forward, Haki punishes, double exhaust go down. Haki's winning this early trade. The Valkyrie to get the flash. Shulong, magical journey, takes a turret shot, flash, stun. That is all she wrote. And that's the positioning strength. That's the roaming strength of this. You know, we call it the mage meta, but I dare say it's the support meta too, because they're able to leave lane so often. When they return, it's so much more unexpected. And, you know, you die. It's as simple as that. And gets himself a Kindle Gem, so now he's even harder to kill.
Exactly, as this is not where Artemis wanted to be. Probably did pick this Kai'Sa. He snap picked it. Wants to be a real threat in this game. Maybe he was a little bit frustrated with how much he was just having to sit back and let the game come to him. On Sivir, he wants to be able to take this one into his hands, as they do manage to just about push this wave in. They need to get these last couple of minions, but actually pretty heroic there by MVK's bot lane to make it really hard and make sure the wave's not going to be in a great place for them.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, you've got to get priority in order to go for these jungle objectives, okay? And right now, Kiaya has priority over Kratos, but that's not anywhere near the Drakes. And the first Drake is up 30 seconds ago. It's the Mountain Drake. But on that bot side, they're kind of struggling. Artemis did die. So, you know, it might be a little bit more cautious trying to trade into Haki and Shulong there as Kratos goes forward on Kiaya.
Yeah, runs him down. Kiaya just has to hit the Jets as much as he can. Just get that flash over the wall, but Kratos will be happy with that one now. On to Glory they go. A stolen Ariok getting a fair bit of value. There is a lot of members from both teams here, but Artemis does not have that ultimate. He can't join this fight early. Glory on the run. Glory taken down. Can they get back on the Haki? No, not quite yet. They have to fight this out. Taki goes down. Artemis has been zoned out. MVK, they get it all.
Guri gets a double. He takes down Glory and Artemis as Taki dies on the top side of that fight. That's an absolute disaster for GAM here in the early game. MVK, they're up 1.8k gold. Haki gets a kill. Guri gets 2 kills. The jungler accelerated. I'm so confused what GAM were trying to achieve. They were late to the Drake. They were numbers down, and yet they fought like they had every advantage. Glory starts here trying to connect with Drakthar, but they're caught out. Guri going in, gets the spell shield early off of Drakthar as well. Taki roams up, but it's still 4v3, and Guri is just wailing on Glory. Artemis, no damage to speak of, gets soloed by Guri on that bot side as well. Drakthar lucky to get away. Just a crazy bad fight for GAM there, Carrix.
Exactly, and you can see the ecstatic faces of the MVK coaching staff as they want that. They want this, and Null finally calls in to try and right the ship of GAM.
Yeah, that's it. Coach comms. For those of you who haven't been watching too much, you get 3 coach comms per game per team. Each coach comms a maximum of 45 seconds. It's a little something we use down here in the LCP to kind of, as you say, right the ship, provide some advice, be that objective. Great hook from Taki.
Yeah, the hook lands, but the damage is not there as Haki once again just turns on the Gatling gun and makes them pay. Drakthar lurking, does have paranoia, could come in on this one. They have to find the angle.
I am honestly genuinely surprised by the amount of damage Haki did to Taki there. That was actually wild. He landed the hook, and within seconds he was sub 50%. Like, I don't think he wanted to take that much damage that fast as they both start up jungle objectives. Drakthar down on the Drake, Guri up on the Void Grub, so they will trade jungle objectives here. But MVK, they're maintaining this gold lead of 1.6k right now, and they're playing very, very well. They're being proactive. They're using their initiative to just jump on GAM whenever they overstep, no matter how little it might be here.
Exactly. Just these little things adding up as Chica, he's done really well in this lane. He stayed very even with Glory, was a big part of that initial fight. That's exactly what you want out of your Silas. I'm already starting to get a little bit worried for GAM as they've gone for such an aggressive posturing. They've taken Ignite on their Ahri, but she's not really winning the lane.
Yeah, I mean, 7 CS up, but that's all you can really speak to here is Chica is keeping up with them. Drakthar roaming toward that top side, maybe taking a recall here, posturing for it. But yeah, as you say, Glory's not running away with it on this Ahri in this mid lane, at least yet. I'm really waiting for a cohesive play to come together for GAM. Drakthar is now level 7, nearly 8, and we're still yet to see a paranoia. The MVK just aren't letting it happen. And one thing that's important to note with Nocturnes on the Rift as well is vision control, right? You want so much vision, at least defensively in your own jungle, just in case that Nocturne is close or even flanking you. And right now, GAM, they've got it around their bot side, but nary a ward to speak of up in that top side. So Kiaya, he needs to be careful, especially because he's flashless. Except Kiaya is on GAM's team. He can't get paranoid. It's Kratos that should be careful.
Yeah, I totally agree. Kratos needs to Play it safe as a stun has landed in. Glory getting chunked out. There's Ari ult being traded. Ooh, the Bard ult not where he wants it. Chica will be getting knocked up. They can't find Glory. Nocturne turns out the light. Artemis dives in, does manage to get the kill, and Drakthar arrives. This is turning around now as GAM fight back. Guri has the Crescent Guard, blocks that last auto, but Sulong is in trouble. Kiaya comes in, brings down the hammer.
Great fight back from GAM there. They're able to clean up too. They get Chica, they get Shulong, but Haki on the bot side has just been free firing on this tower, farming plates, farming gold. So they still get some cross map play. They still get an injection of gold onto their AD carry, and that is not what you want though. Artemis completes his Kraken Slayer, so the damage for this Kai'Sa coming online. Haki needs to be careful here. Don't want to greed it with that tower solo. Glory though.
Ooh, Glory. The tower's about to fall. Glory's in trouble. He doesn't have ult. There's no real way out here. As he's caught, he's knocked up, and Haki will get the kill.
Yeah, I don't know why Glory stepped up. I'll be honest. That tower was so low with a wave into it. I mean, just a really bad call there from Glory to step up into that tower. It was just a gank waiting to happen. As we do see this mid fight again where Glory loses his ult. That Tempered Fate actually saving Glory. And the arrival of Taki, perfection. Artemis deep dives as the fear onto Guri lands. The charm though not connecting with Guri because of that Crescent Guard repelling them and keeping him alive. Kiaya burns the flash to make sure the job is done on the other side of the fight. But I mean, MVK, they were just 4-0, then went 4-2. Now they're 5-2 and back up to nearly 3k gold lead. It's like you can't keep them down, Carrix. Haki farming gold, Guri ahead, Drake in 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of getting a little bit worrying here for GAM. They're sort of just losing all of these exchanges. MVK are calling the shots. This is completely different to game one. GAM was ahead for almost all of game one. Not the part where it mattered, but definitely most of it. This time, MVK has hit the front early.
Yeah, it feels like MVK said whether you win by an inch or a mile, winning's winning. You can be in the lead for 99% of the time, but if we win that 1%, that is all that matters. And then they've brought that energy with them as Kiaya just, oh, Kratos.
Yeah, didn't know that he was hatching a ward there, so takes a shock blast and a hammer to the face. He's not happy about that one.
Yeah, and that's twice now. Kratos has literally just been sitting on a ward, but that's the first time Kiaya has tried to take advantage of it, and Kiaya is the sole gold leader for GAM right now, but Haki is tearing away from Artemis. He's up in CS, he's up in kills, has completed that Triforce too, so the damage from this Corki going to be hurting the Warhammer there as well, and the Drake is up. MVK clearing out that vision. They have priority. They know Kiaya's on this top side, so they know that the Drake fight will be a 4v4, and they like those odds here, Carrix, because they've been winning them all.
That they have, as they will get this dragon uncontested, add themselves to the dragon stacking. It's 2,000 gold lead. It's split objectives. Well, one dragon each. The grubs over to MVK. There's Artemis desperately trying to get himself back in this game. They're funneling waves onto him. They have to do it. I like that from GAM, but he's still 1,000 gold behind his opposite number.
Yeah, exactly. That said, most of that could be cut down in just 1, maybe 2 kills, especially if Artemis is able to get the kill on the Haki. He does have a 300 plus gold shutdown on him. The Rift Herald up just as we're speaking here, and Kratos forcing that wave into that top side, getting that priority. SOFM here. Coach comms coming through the first for MVK. Doubtlessly saying, guys, great pace. You've got this. Keep up that energy. You need to maintain this lead through the mid game and then close it out before GAM rally, before they get too big. Guri, though, starts up the Herald, just leashes it just to see if GAM are in the area, and Drakthar spots it, places that control ward, gets that vision control. GAM first to the objective with numbers. They want to contest this one. They don't want to let Guri just get everything for free.
Yeah, exactly. And rockets land. Just a little bit of poke. There's a collapse coming here, Logan. This could be a fight, but no, MVK realized there's nothing worth dying for here. It's just a Rift Herald for GAM.
Yeah, really nice, clean take here of the Rift Herald. MVK, though, they are TPing. It's not going to be a clean take. They're contesting.
Yeah. They're going to go in on it. They haven't landed a knockout blow yet. They go onto the backside. Kratos running through them, just dealing a huge amount of damage. Not lethal yet. There it is, the first one. Chica 1-for-1 at the fight at the moment. Oh, a massive charm comes out of Glory. He pays for it with his life. This is a back and forth fight. 2 for 2. MVK have the health bar. They should get the objective.
Yeah, dare I say, MVK have to be happy with that. They did get the jungler of GAM. They took down Drakthar. They took down Glory in response. So, feisty sequence there. MVK hold on to their 2k gold lead. They have priority around this Rift Herald. GAM, though, they do have vision. They know it's happening. But with Drakthar only just respawning now, I have to imagine this one will go the way of Guri. And that is not what GAM wanted. So an excellent job there for MVK to fight their way in as we see it again. Tempered Fate onto 1, but it did force them away an early flash, and Olaf onto everybody. You just see him running through, but MVK, they're kind of balled up in that backline. They're free firing on anyone that walks too close. Glory, though, that beautiful, as you called, charm onto Chica, able to give GAM something back. Otherwise, it very well could have been a 2-for-1. This game, though, as explosive and as exciting as it has been at times, is still 2k gold in favor of MVK. It still feels like MVK is in control of this one, as Guri is just jungling in the face of Drakthar. He might be punished TP.
Yeah, the TP is here. Kiaya has to run around the wall, though, as the fight continues. A lot of damage. The Crescent Guard can't do enough. Oh, but the Rocket can! 1-for-1, and now a Bard ult landing. I don't think they have the follow-up. To jungler for a support, but Kratos is still just pushing.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to do, right? You want to be getting these cross-map objectives. When you see these plays occurring, you keep shoving your lane in. You keep chipping away at these turrets, these towers, and securing that gold. Yeah, it was a 1-for-1, but MVK extend their gold lead from 2 to 2.3, 2.4k right now. They're looking strong. Look at all the items they've completed. Stride breaker for Kratos as we go back to this replay. Guri is spotted on this ward, so GAM think they have a play. Haki doesn't have priority because Drakthar and Artemis get here so quickly. Drakthar also getting that jungle camp is great. Gets the fear, and now GAM shows up. That's why the paranoia was held. Taki zones Corki away on that Haki. But look at that, just the AoE damage. And yeah, the Tempered Fate, but it only lands on to Drakthar. Then Corki's R goes wide.
Exactly, and everyone's back out on the map. No grievous blows being struck quite yet. Still just this gold lead for MVK, but we are 5 seconds away from another dragon. We're summoning a Rift Herald. We're going to crack open a mid lane tower, and MVK have to be pretty happy with how this has gone. There it is. That's now cracked open. They have positioning to walk over, clear out the vision around the dragon. You know, they will probably wait just a little bit to actually pull the trigger on that objective.
Yeah, and this is what we saw in game 1 as well. MVK timed their Rift Herald fantastically to get that mid lane. Ooh.
Oh, double Bard ultimate lands. Guri walks in, uses that Crescent Guard, but it's an excellent fight back by GAM. They blow up Haki immediately, but the health bars are low. Kratos running through the team, takes out Artemis. Kiaya will fall. 2 for 2, fill it now. Can MVK find more? Sulong chasing onto Drakthar, just wants to keep eyes on this enemy jungler, and Taki lands a hook onto Kratos. He bents that one as Kratos manages to survive on the smallest bit of health. Sulong catching up to Drakthar, lands a slow but doesn't have health near enough by. So once again, we brawl in the mid lane and no one really wins.
Yeah, ultimately, a lot of ults, a lot of summoners burnt, and it's still a 2 for 2. Taki misses with the hook. Guri goes in. The Tempered Fate, though, locks up Glory, and Guri immediately runs over to Glory, right? He knows he's the target, but Haki just melts in the face of Artemis's aggression. However, MVK immediately turn onto them, right? It's this target priority, this target selection that we were talking about. And then the fight dissipates before it's kind of really ended. The predict dredge line from Taki too. He went above Kratos where he was standing initially, and Kratos went up to avoid it and ends up running into it. Gets another summoner out of Kratos, so a great value hook there as GAM get the third Drake of the game, and we do know it will be a Cloud Soul, that extra movement speed, that slow resist, but Chica happy to take that topside tier 1 and extend MVK's gold lead out to 3.5k. If GAM keep going even with MVK in these trades, they're gonna lose because somehow MVK just get more and more gold.
Yeah, exactly. MVK just slowly keeping this one going. They'll get themselves this Void Crab as well. Clear out any vision around Baron. There is none for GAM at the moment. The Taki is coming in to change that imminently. This is a really hard one to call, Logan. It's a really close game.
Yeah, I mean, oh, good.
Oh, hang on. Kratos wants to make it less close, but the paranoia is here, so help has arrived. Teleport here coming in, but do they know that Artemis is in the backside? Chica using that stolen Ariel, getting a fair bit done, has one more dash. That one's his own, so he does manage to get away. They did not realize that there was a third member of that party.
Yeah, and then you saw all the pings coming down. Every member from both teams was collapsing. GAM need to be careful because MVK still responding.
Yeah, they brought more down. They're just trying to defend this tower.
Yeah, that's it. Artemis's wave clear online, though. 2 items there. Glory, 2.5. The Hextech Alternator and the Needlessly Large Rod will certainly be combined soon. Black Cleavers for both of these junglers. The Triforce as well for Haki on that Corki. So excellent items. The Shadow Flame just completed for Glory as we were talking about it. And we look at the gold difference, right? All of that gold, 2,000 of the gold advantage for MVK is on Haki. He's 4-1-4. GAM need to find a way to shut him down because he's most, if not all, of the damage. He's getting all of the gold as Artemis has just completed his third item and has reached parity with Haki. He's just playing catch up.
Exactly, and Corki just deals so much damage across fights. Able to just use the Gatling gun, use the rockets as Kratos is in trouble. Marked up, Artemis speeding towards him. He's got no more speed, and that's a good pick by GAM and Kiaya.
Really, really nice pick there, but Artemis and Kiaya need to get back to the fight because there's 5 members of MVK, 4, in that mid lane pushing it in. However, they will back away. They know they have a numbers disadvantage and will respect the potential of Artemis and Kiaya arriving. However, the Baron is up, has been for 4 minutes, so there is an objective on the Rift. The next Drake, not for another 2 minutes, so surely they're going to push these waves in and try and get some objectives here. Try and get some priority and waves pushed up. But Guri aggressing onto Drakthar in his own jungle.
Yeah, we did just see Kiaya just teleporting out of that one, recognize that he was in some trouble. Just gets out of dodge. Glory will crack a tower in the top lane. The gold lead is getting reeled in here for GAM. Back down to 2k as they're fighting back in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, Artemis is online. That 3-item Kaiser is doing some work here. Glory, no slouch with that damage. But Taki has been instrumental in GAM's kills. You take a look, 0, 2, and 7. He's been involved in, I think it's around quick math, 85%, maybe even 90% of what GAM is trying to do. So I love to see that proactivity. Counter that, Shulong, 90% of MVK. So both supports putting in so much work. But the real problem is Haki on the side of MVK. He's got those 3 completed items. It's ready to transform. And he's so hard to lock down because GAM, they built themselves a dive-heavy composition, but it doesn't feel like they're diving in unison. It doesn't feel like there's synergy when one goes in, not everybody else follows, as MVK waiting patiently here, playing around this vision. They know GAM want to look at this Baron.
Yeah, GAM do want to get towards this one. They've got all that vision control, as you're saying, as Chica steals away an ult. Ariel on Silas is a pretty great one. As long as he can make it work. Gives him a lot of safety, gives him a lot of playmaking, as Kratos still just in this side lane. They need to be really careful with Kratos because he doesn't have the good teleport. He's got that quest version of it, but if Kiaya and him both teleport to a play, only one of them arrives with the giant shield. Bardolt misses.
Exactly. TP coming in. Kratos, no shield, just clears a ward. Yeah. Taki.
He just wants to be here in time, just in case something is called, but it is just going to be backoffs from both teams. Guri going and just probing at this Drake. This should be picked up pretty easily. Drakes are not the focus for either team this game.
Yeah, look, Kratos just didn't want to be alone. That's why he TP'd in there, right? They got that mid lane push, that mid lane priority, so it gives Guri the space, the time to start up that 4th Drake of the game and secure the 2nd Drake over for MVK. GAM, though, they're aware. They headed towards that Baron, trying to drag MVK into them. Recall coming through for Kiaya, and they call off the Baron play. I do like this. I do like that they postured around it. They tried to drag MVK into them, maybe pull Guri away, but they were wise to it. And look at the gold diff. It's swung in favor of Glory. MVK, though, under 2K now. The Baron still up. Drake, 4.5 minutes. They just want to push waves out.
Yeah. They just want to just make sure the waves are in a good position, make sure everything is on their tempo, as the game has slowed right down. MVK just slowly losing their lead as GAM fighting back once more. Kiaya, he's down here. He'll be able to get this tower. There's no contest. Grabs the wave. Will grab the tower.
Yeah, healthy injection of gold into the pockets of GAM there, cutting that MVK gold lead down to 1.5k. And you're so right. Over the past 5 minutes, GAM have just slowly been defending, slowly been chipping away at MVK's gold lead, now almost down to 1k. The initiative, the proactivity, the energy, the speed from MVK in the first 15 minutes, it's not there anymore, which is probably why SOFM is coming through on that 3rd coach comms of the game. He's like, guys, that early game energy, we need to bring it back. We need to make these plays onto GAM. But I mean, Glory is 40 CS up over Chica. He's got gold in the pocket. He's got anti-heal. He's got Dark Seal stacks. Drakthar, 2 and a bit items now. The poke coming through from Kiaya, brutal. 1 accelerated shock blast will do 50% of your AD carry's health bar. So when MVK pull the trigger, they need to be so careful.
Exactly. Both of these teams know that this game is hanging in the balance, that this series is hanging in the balance, and potentially your chances at Worlds can have a lot of impact from today. As MVK, they'll start up the Baron. GAM should know that this is happening with the wards being cleared. They'll be able to sniff it out.
It's a fast Baron, though. GAM need to get there quickly. MVK, though, they wanted the fight.
Ooh, the barn ult doesn't land. Taki able to get away, but in comes Kratos. He's found his way onto Artemis, zoning him immediately out of the fight. Taki goes boom. In comes Kiaya, but I don't know if that's where he wants to be. The shield keeps him alive for just a moment, but a moment is all it will be. Glory will be next on the chopping block, and MVK are running this one.
Kratos MVP in that fight. They get 3 and lose absolutely no one. Kratos, he split GAM apart. They pivoted to Taki. The deep TP from Kiaya punished. Glory ran out of ultimate, had nothing left. So MVK take the Baron here at the 30-minute mark. And what was a 1K gold lead has ballooned to 4K. Beautiful hook flash from Taki. Did not get caught by the Tempered Fate, but what do you do when Kratos runs into the back line? All of them collapse immediately. I love this decision. Chica tanking up what damage GAM tried to do as they take down Kiaya, and Glory left to the wolves. We were talking about it. We needed to see that fast initiative, proactive MVK, and we just got it. The damage, oh my word, the damage out of Haki.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, here we go again. MVK just landing more damage. This time, Drakthar will be able to sneak away. But we can see exactly what Haki is doing to them. Every rocket is an absolute missile. Another tower will fall. The gold lead grows and grows, and MVK are dominating.
Yeah, they're growing it exponentially. They just got the bot side tier 2. They're sieging what was the mid tier 2. It is gone. Drakthar just trying to get something done on that top side, giving the numbers advantage over to MVK, but they came, they saw, they conquered. They've got 2.5K from this Baron power play with 1.5 minutes left. The 5th Drake of the game in 15 seconds. Guri being cheeky, trying to take what he can. GAM, have an angle.
Charm doesn't land though. Guri able to get his way out of that one. He's too fast, had too much protection. And just in the end, able to fend them off. The base still stands. GAM still have something to fall back on. MVK will make their way over. They'll get the dragon. They'll set themselves up for a Cloud Soul. But I don't think they want to let that next one spawn. I think they're looking to close this out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it feels like they've got all the win conditions. They've got the GA on Guri as well, so he can just dive, and not be scared of death. We've got the stopwatch on Chica too, so he can do very much the same thing. 4 items on both AD carries, though. Feels weird to say AD carries because we've seen so many mages, but the damage from them is real. But Haki so much better positioned at that 5, 1, and 6. But Kratos is such a problem. What can GAM do when Kratos just goes, right, you're dead, and runs straight into the back line of GAM? They have a Nautilus, it just doesn't feel like they have CC.
Exactly. It really does feel like they can't find the combo that lets Artemis enter the fight, lets him find his way onto the backline. He's been very quiet. Hasn't been having a terrible game, has found some angles, but overall has just not had the impact you want out of this GAM AD carry player. Another tower now falls. It is only the base left standing. It is now 6,000 gold. That gold lead has grown 4,000 in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it went from 1 to 6 point. Here we go.
What? Someone altered someone that was teleporting, as Drakthar has ended up on the wrong part of town. Hello, sir. You've delivered me a little present, have you? And they're going to keep him alive as long as they can. And Drakthar, you don't ult someone as they're recalling or teleporting.
Yeah, I've never seen that myself personally live, and now I have. I don't think I ever want to see that again, because holy, ultimate gone, Drakthar gone for 30 seconds, MVK are free to siege the base of GAM in a 4v5 situation, and they're gonna do it. Come on, Kratos, there you go. There's a magical journey, go on it. No, he didn't want to do that. The rest of MVK, though, they're on the bot side. Yeah.
Oh, another Bard ult lands. They time it well. Kiaya takes a huge amount of damage. Good fight back there by Taki. Desperately just trying to keep this top laner alive, but don't know if they can. They will get the first kill. Kratos goes down. This might have been a bridge too far. The health bars are anemic for GAM. Chica diving was for MVK, I mean, as Glory now taken down. Oh my word. It was Glory, Chica left alive as MVK, they go too far. They lose a fight.
Yeah, MVK overconfident, over-aggressive there into the base of GAM. It's like a repeat of what happened last night, but this time the shoe is on the other foot. MVK, they need to be respectful of GAM. GAM are still strong. They're going to take as much of the mid lane as they possibly can here, getting the tier 1. They're going to get this tier 2. Only Chica alive. 4 members of MVK blasted from Summoner's Rift off that. I'm going to call it a misplay as we go back to a replay here. There it is. There's the paranoia from Tractor.
Oh no, I know. I think the best I've seen was when it was a Vex, and then as they were flying, the Vex started channeling teleport, so they ended up back in their own base. We play a great game, don't we? As this is the really important part of the replay.
Yeah, the Tempered Fate sets it all off. It feels like MVK see the Tempered Fate and they have to commit, but I really don't think they should have. I think they just should have used it as a zoning ult. They should have gone for that tower because GAM come back and punish them.
Hang on, speaking of Tempered Fate, they found another as they go in onto Taki, blow him up. This one is going a lot better. They're not in the enemy base. Kratos bears down onto Kiaya, lands the undertow and takes him to the depth. Chica needs to find just a little bit more. Glory turns to gold, but this team is getting nothing but coal as they are bashing into the base. One little mistake, one lost team fight does not stop MVK as the rookie Vietnamese roster, the young guns, fire, and they send GAM to the 1-2 bracket. What a performance from MVK.
MVK take the VCS Derby in a 2-0 sweep against GAM Esports, who arguably came into this as favorites. This young roster full of energy, initiative, proactivity, and answers, proving they have what it takes, that they deserve to be in the LCP in the tier 1 situation, that they deserve a shot at Worlds because they are 2-1 and they aim to be 3-1 and go to those playoffs. I just figured it out, Carrix. That's what it means. The 3-1, that's what you need to get to playoffs, and they know it.
Exactly, and they now go into that 2-1 bracket. They'll just be waiting there, ready to potentially head to playoffs. And what a performance out of them. You know, GAM was coming in today thinking they were the heavy favorites. We both predicted a GAM victory, and we both were misled.
You're not wrong. Yeah, like you say, we both predicted 2-1 for GAM. I did expect MVK to get 1, but oh my goodness, I didn't expect GAM to get none. GAM were... They weren't their own worst enemies a lot in this one. Yeah, Artemis had a couple of bad ults on that Sivir, but it just feels like GAM outplayed them. They out-damaged them. They out-objectived them. Their macro was better. Their drafts were just better, and yeah, 2-0 in GAM is a statement to the rest of the LCP as well. This MVK team needs to be treated seriously, Carrix.
Yeah, it really, really needs to be treated seriously. Needs to be taken incredibly seriously as Kratos is picked for player of the match. A good performance. His Ambessa in game 1 was the architect of the turnaround, and Olaf in game 2, he found some incredible angles and he kept Artemis completely out of the game.
Oh, 100%. And I really love that you called that with the Ambassador too. He was such a key component of them coming back in that late game. And this Olaf as well was not bullied in lane. He stayed even until that mid to late game and was great positioning. He had that excellent flank angle that broke GAM asunder, where GAM lost 3 and MVK lost none. Taki, Kiaya, and Glory going down. So just a fantastic choice, really well played, very oppressive top laning from him, and a deserved, a worthy player of the match. As we take a he's like, it's not GAM time, it's my time to fly and soar high here, and just victory well deserved, tastes sweet. As I mean, even Haki, he had the run of Artemis from level 3. Even in the 1v1 situation, he was just doing so much better.
Exactly. And I mean, there's so much to be said about how MVK played today, how dominant they were, particularly in game 2. They were calling the shots basically the entire game. There was a couple of little mistakes. There was a few team fights that they shouldn't have taken. But overall, they were just running the rift. And GAM looked like they just had absolutely no answer.
Yeah, which is really unusual, right? Because GAM is a respected roster in the LCP from the VCS. They're strong. They have aspirations to get to Worlds. But the way they played here, that stun is immaculate. The way they played here tonight, it doesn't really look like they've got it in them. I know it's still early days and they are only 1-2, but they're on their last chance, right? If you go 1-3, you're out. You can't get to playoffs. So they're on their last legs. They must win every game from here. And it just doesn't look like they've got it in them to do that, as much as I hate to say it, because I would love to see GAM at Worlds in our 3rd seed. They just went to EWC where they stood up to T1. Yeah, they didn't win, but my goodness, did they put on a show.
Exactly. It has been a long time without GAM at international events. It's been a little bit weird for the Vietnamese fans, but they've got to play better if they want to earn that slot. They still have a long way to go. They've still got plenty of chances. But right now, if 2 Vietnamese teams are going to go, it's Team Secret Whales and MVK.
100%. And I would love to see MVK at Worlds. We've said it before, we'll say it again, and this is not to detriment to them. They're a young roster. They would learn so much at an international event. They would soak up that energy. They would soak up that atmosphere and bring it back to the LCP. They would elevate the LCP, and I just think that that is a net benefit, a net positive for everybody involved. So please, if MVK keep performing like this and earn their roster spot at Worlds, I'll be cheering them on. I'll be screaming from the rafters for all of our LCP teams here, because they were just clip farming in this game. It was highlight after highlight, except for that first Nexus push.
Pretty much. And maybe that was even a highlight if you're a GAM fan. They really got your hopes up and dashed them quite excellently, sir. But, I mean, in the end, it is MVK coming out on top. As we see today, it was a quick night, 2 2-0s, DCG and MVK.
Yeah, DCG 2-0 clean sweep DFM, and MVK 2-0 clean sweep GAM Esports, sending DFM and GAM to that lower bracket as well. And that is us done and dusted for BO3s in the Swiss stage, Carricks. From here on out, for the rest of the Swiss, it is BO5 bangers only. And we take a look at the updated bracket.
Exactly. We start off pretty soon with Team Secret Whales versus CFO. That is our game tomorrow. So we will see one team already leave the Swiss stage and wait like tyrants up in the playoffs. Will be a very, very interesting one to see, no doubt. But it's, as you said, it's all BO5s now. This is the pointy end of the season.
Yeah, Team Secret Wales 2-0 versus CFO 2-0. Tomorrow night, in our first BO5 of Swiss, we will find out the first team to go through to the playoffs. Will it be the VCS's Team Secret Wales or the PCS's CFO? Team Secret Wales, they're staying in meticulous form. CFO, is this their return to form? You need to tune in tomorrow night to find out, because this is the LCP, Carrix. This is League of Legends at its best.
That it is. There's nowhere quite like the LCP. No one fights quite like us. No one goes back and forth quite like us. And I can't wait for these best of fives to kick off, because they are going to be the most hype thing on the planet.
Yeah, look, I want to see every single one of them go to Silver Scrapes, I'll be honest. I love a good 5 out of 5 games of League of Legends, Carrix. But before we close out tonight, do you have any final thoughts on either of our BO3s here?
I mean, I can only focus on MVK's win here. Let's go. The rookies rise up.
I honestly agree with you. I think all eyes on MVK. I think that was a surprising 2-0 for some of us here. GAM not taking a game is quite the shock, but that is all she wrote here tonight, folks. That is the last of our BO3s. Make sure you tune in tomorrow night for our first BO5 between Team Secret Wales and CFO, because here in the LCP, we're made for this. Good night.